And I've asked Vice Chairman Lauder to lead us in prayer this morning, and also Commissioner Godwin to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would, please stand with us as we do that now.
If you would bow your heads, please. Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the people of Johnston County and ask that you protect them throughout the day. We ask that you be with this board as we make decisions for this county, Lord. There's a lot going on, and we ask for wisdom and discernment in all that we do and say here. And finally, Lord, we want to thank you again for your Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. For it's in his name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
As we face the flag, let's remember that this year we're honoring 250 years of our great country. Let's think about that when we pledge allegiance to the flag. Hand salute. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. I'd like to welcome everyone who's watching live or will watch on our YouTube feed later on at some other time. This is an opportunity the board comes together every year to discuss the future plans and talk about the things that we are focused on, the priorities for the board. Currently that were set last year, the priorities are educational funding, infrastructure, financial stewardship, land use, public safety, and county employees. Of course, we'll revisit that during the next 2 days to see how that turns out again, if those continue to be our priorities or if they're adjusted in any way. I'd like to welcome the representatives from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. We're thankful for you to be here with us again this year. They've done an extraordinary job every year in moderating and leading us in the discussions, and it's produced some meaningful results. So thank you again for being here. And I know you'll do some introductions here in just a few moments. So with that being said, this is an opportunity for the board to have discussions and to engage in planning. And so with that being said, then I'll turn the floor over to the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners team, and welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's great to be back with y'all again. It seems like we were just here, but what a year it's already been, and we're excited to be invited back. So thank you so much, and also learn about what you've done over this past year. We've heard good things, so we're really anxious to dig into that. My name is Kevin Leonard. I'm the Executive Director of your Association of County Commissioners. I'm joined by a team who I will introduce in a moment, but I thought before I do that, just a couple of opening remarks. Wow, what a cool place we are in today. What a neat facility. How lucky are the residents of Johnston County. I walked in and was told about sort of the origin story of the work here and the people who will be learning here and why they're learning and training for new jobs, and that's just pretty impressive. So I'm excited to see the facility. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the public who may be watching or watching in the future. I remember the first time that we did this, which I think was 4 or 5 years ago at this point, and we were at Campbell University and talking to the public and reminding them that they are part of this process as well. This thing we call democracy doesn't work without them being a part of these conversations, and of course y'all as commissioners are their representatives, making choices on their behalf for their county to make their county look and feel the way that they want it to be. It's an important role that they play, important role that you play, and we're grateful for it. Just to review the agenda for today and for folks who might be listening, our plan is we're gonna spend about 45 minutes with you this morning. My colleague Amy Basin, who's our Deputy Director and General Counsel, are going to spend some time getting to know each other again, introducing our team, and talking about last year and the priorities that you set, and you telling us, what things you found challenging, what things you found that worked really well, and things that you accomplished, and we're looking forward to that. And then we're going to hear from Evan Davis, who's going to give a presentation, who's the Director of the Farmland Preservation at the North Carolina Department of Ag and Consumer Services, who's going to give you a presentation about farmland preservation. And then Joy Hicks, I guess I'm introducing our team as I go along, so I'll just keep on doing that. Joy Hicks, who just celebrated her year anniversary as our Director of Advocacy and Research yesterday. So we're glad that she is here with us today to give you guys a legislative update, what's happening, which might be helpful to inform you as you're making decisions, not only in Johnston County, but sort of the larger scope of things going on in the state of North Carolina and federal government as well. We'll break for lunch. I'm pretty excited about that. So I'm curious to find out what we're having for lunch, but you always provide a great lunch, and I'm looking forward to it. We'll come back, and we're going to hear from Catherine Mogan Bryant, who's on our staff. She is joined us in November. You might remember Denise Canada, who presented to your board over the past several years. Well, Denise left us. I'll say it that way. She left us. But we're very pleased that she found a role as the director of the Local Government Commission, LGC, in the Treasurer's Office, which is not bad to know somebody over there, right? Especially the head of the LGC. So great for Denise and great for us. So we're glad that she's there. But Catherine Moga Bryant has joined us, and you're going to really be fascinated by her and her talents. I will caveat that she's on board for 3 months. So, she's still trying to figure out where the things are in the office, but she's already doing great work, and you're going to be impressed with her presentation. After that, we're going to start digging into it. Amy Cannon is back this year with Neil Emery, and you guys have already done your surveys. Thank you for doing that. And we're going to dig into the results of what you said we want to work on this upcoming year. And you might remember, so we're going to review that, make sure there's clarity on all of that. You might be like, what does that mean, right? And so we're going to spend some time doing that, getting on the same page. And then the real magic starts, right? We're going to start to ask y'all some hard questions about prioritization. And again, many of you remember the drill. And our job, I feel like my job here, you've asked me to come be facilitator, us, is to push a little bit. So we might ask those questions in a gentle, kind way. But, the good result here is to get some prioritization of what you think is important. And then start to dig down deeper. How do you action that? And what I think really sort of clicked into place for us all last year was that action step stuff that really helped your team, your staff, action the things that you wanted to do. Y'all are making big policy decisions and then asking your highly talented professional staff to go do it and get it done. And again, we'll hear in a moment like how that worked for y'all, which again, it sounds like it is. So we've got the whole afternoon accounted for that and more time tomorrow. But tomorrow we'll break, recess today, then we'll come back, and then tomorrow we're going to start over, but we'll first have a presentation on the financials from Davenport. And then hopefully our goal tomorrow is to leave here giving you guys a roadmap of prioritization and action steps for your team on things that you want to accomplish in the upcoming year. So that's where we're heading. I think I introduced the entire team just a little bit. I've talked about Joy, Amy. Oh yeah, I had a slide for that. Y'all know Neil Emery, former county manager who's now head of our outreach team, and Amy Cannon, a former county manager who was on our team as well, who helps lead through this. So I think I hit everybody on the team, and I'm going to throw it over to Amy now to ask some questions. You also tell you about what's in the folder, and I'm feeling very constrained being up at the podium, but I'm trying to do my best because I know we're on TV. But I really want to walk around, so I'll try to constrain myself. Amy, come on up.
Good morning, everyone. It is great to see you. As Kevin said, thank you. Thank you for what you do, first and foremost. We know that this is a very important job, a very hard job, and y'all have a lot of other things that you have to take care of in addition to the work you do for the county. So we really appreciate the time that you put in, and we hope that this is a couple of days of a little bit of fun, but a little bit of hard work to really set the priorities for the next year. So that is why we are here today. And I did want to just a couple of level set things. You all do have, I believe you should have a folder in front of you. And there's some information in there that when you get a chance to take a look, there's a Johnston County by the numbers. And so that's something that we hope is helpful for you just to get a little sense of some of the things, some of the facts about your county. We do these for each county. And you may also be familiar with our map book that we do. So that's something that'll be coming out. Also some more information. There's been a lot of discussion around property tax. So we've provided you some more information there as well. And a few other items that might be of help, just of some of the programs that we're working on at the association. And again, we are your association, so anything we can do for you, we would like to know. So with that, we want to make sure that we accomplish today what it is that you want to accomplish. So if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to start with you, and then we'll go to the Vice Chair, and we'll make a loop around. We would like to know from each of you how long you have served as a county commissioner, what part of the county you are from, and then what you'd like to accomplish today. So, Mr. Chairman, if we can start with you, that would be wonderful.
All right, thank you. I actually live in Smithfield and represent District 5. I came on the board as my first term in 2018, and I'm actually up for re-election now, but I'm fortunate that I have no opposition for the primary or I'm getting punched over here on the side, or the general election, so I'm very thankful for that, for the citizens to give me the opportunity to continue to serve. I feel like this board has accomplished a lot in the years that we've been working together. Today's goal for me is to, I think we have a good plan of where we are now, but I think we need to start, instead of focusing on the projects that we've already pushed forward, to look into the future and see what it looks like down the road. I think that, a lot of times when government plans different plans or different projects and things of that nature, it takes a long time to bring them to fruition. So I think it's important to start looking now and then craft our steps based on our financial abilities and so forth. So I think I would like to see that come out of this, because when we came on the board in 2018, there was a lot of catching up that had to be done. There was a lot of, I hate to use the word cans that had been kicked down the road for various different reasons, not casting any bad light on any other boards, but it was just a lot to do. And so we've tried to work diligently to move these things forward. We've made a lot of progress, but we've still got a long way to go to get to the point that I think everybody can breathe a sigh of relief and say we're in a good position, infrastructure, strategically for buildings and things of that nature. So not a lot had been done for county buildings and those type of things. So we're making progress, but we got a long way to go. So.
Wonderful, thank you. Right. Okay. Thank you so much for that, and that's a great position, and that's kudos to you all, the work that you've done to get you to a place where you can start really looking ahead strategically to the future. So thank you. Mr. Vice Chair.
So I came on the board with Patrick in 2018. I live in the Clayton area, the Clayton district. And I will say that when we started this 4 years ago or whenever it was, I think we were the guinea pigs for y'all and vice versa.
Absolutely.
But I think we did a good job the first year, but I really felt like last year we got to the point where we were setting those priorities. And so for me, the goal for this year is to continue those. We've got a nice base to start from, and then it's going through and doing our annual assessment of, is that plan still good? Are there other projects or goals that we want to set looking forward? And I agree that the infrastructure is a big part of it, but we're in the midst of trying to finalize a UDO and looking at farmland preservation in that. So I think there's a lot of things that we have, and with that goes the financial planning piece. And fortunately, we have a great staff and a consultant in Davenport that have helped us, kind of guide us along the path. And I think we are heading in a direction we can get a lot of things done and still remain financially stable and maintain that AAA bond rating. So I'm always excited this time of year when we get together to see what we come up with when we leave tomorrow afternoon. And I will say I am not as fortunate as the gentleman to my right. I have a primary opponent. We don't have a general election, but so we're in the midst of an election season, which started today.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an interesting time.
Yeah, well, thank you, and thank you for really having the vision, both you with and Vice Chair at the time, Harris, to bring help, like you said, we were guinea pigs together, and I think your vision and how to move forward with this process has really gotten us to where we are, so thank you for having that vision.
I will say this, I think that trust that we had, and based on, your whole staff, that y'all are the right ones to do it, and I think that has shown itself to be very, very true over the last 4 years. So I thank you for all that y'all have done.
Thank you. We said it's our favorite 2 days of the year, so thank you for that. I'm gonna now, we'll move this way. Commissioner Rhodes.
Hey, I'm Mike Rose. I'm from Princeton. I've been on the board now for about 14 months or so. Last year was my first one of these, and I had been a part of several planning sessions with the town of Princeton that I was serving with, and I would tell you the big difference that I saw from those to these is that we often had a lot of goals and we had a lot of priorities we wanted to do, but when we would meet the next year, it seemed like they were the same ones again. And that was partly because we were a small community that was not growing, that was very stagnant, and it's hard to do things when your revenue is flatlined and there's no growth coming in. Fortunately for Princeton, that is changing now. But with this county, I saw last year a lot of vision that was here already before me, and I was glad to be able to plug into it. But of those 19 priorities that we set last year, we have knocked several of those out, and I've been very, very pleased at the progress of the board, and very, very fortunate to be a part of it. I'm also running for my first full term here, and that's coming up, and as Butch said, that is starting today, early voting, so it is a very interesting time, and this is my third event already today.
Wow.
So,
Oh my goodness.
and it's
early.
9:25. So anyway, and the third breakfast, I only ate one breakfast. No, just so you know, there was 3 opportunities. But anyway, I do look forward to it, and thank you for all you have done for the county.
Oh, gosh, absolutely, and welcome, good luck, and it's great to hear, we talk about the fact especially when you're doing planning, it can be frustrating. You do a plan, put it on the shelf, and then nothing comes of it, so it's been really wonderful to see how y'all have truly moved things forward, and we're going to do that in just a moment to see where we are from last year. Let's move on to Commissioner Stevens.
Hey, good morning.
Good
Yes,
morning.
April Stevens been on the board since 2022, actually, so coming up on 4 years, which I can honestly say has flown by. To the point many of the other commissioners have made, it's because we've been very busy. When I first came on the board, it seemed like there was a lot of work to be done, but a lot that had already been started, and I would say the benefit of that is probably by starting to have these planning sessions. So, in my other job, I love a good planning session and not just figure out where we're going, but how we're going to get there. So, very excited for the next 2 days. And one of the biggest things, a couple of the commissioners on the board when I first was appointed and then elected to the seat was communication with our citizens. We are all here because we want to serve and we want to serve them, and having their voice is very important. So you will hear me say that word communication a lot. I do marketing a lot in my other jobs, so obviously I'm passionate about it, but mainly because we are only better if we know how the expectations are being set and what more we can do for the citizens of Johnston County.
Wonderful, thank you for sharing that, that's great. Okay, we're going to come over here.
Good morning. Thank y'all again for being here. This is my second planning session. Michelle Davis, District 1, live in Archer Lodge. And so again, this is coming fresh new onto the board. It's been really neat to be able to see all the goals that we worked out last year and checking those things off the list. And I think that's also kind of in line with what other commissioners have already stated, the communication and that strengthening of that foundation and being able to move forward, but also just a kudos to our staff. I mean, we're so thankful to have all the county staff to be able to help execute those goals that we have and being able to do the day-to-day whenever we're here at our meetings. So thank you for county staff for all that they do, and then also all of our employees to help also move those goals along. So I'm excited to see, again, where all we've been and then what all else we've got to do. Because I feel like a lot of the goals that we had last year are a lot of long-term stuff. So I'm excited to see how we can also put those long-term goals into effect and get it started.
Great, wonderful, thank you. Thank you for your service, and I would echo you have an excellent professional staff, and they really do a great job for the county, so here we go.
My name is Bill Stovall. I have been on the board since May of '24. I had just, a couple months prior to that, won the primary for the seat that was formerly held by Commissioner Tony Braswell. Unfortunately, Mr. Braswell passed away shortly after the primary, so I did not have an opponent coming up in the general election, and like I say, I had won the primary, so the board elected to appoint me to the balance of this term. So I'm coming up on 2 years on the board. I will say that this has been quite a learning experience for me. I've governed in general. I spent a 35-year career at fairly high levels in state government. So I had an understanding of how state government works. I was, I guess, surprised to a certain extent of the complexity of the issues we deal with at the county level. And I think that for people to know that it is the local elections that have the greatest impact on your day-to-day lives. Those are the ones that are most important. And I would encourage people not only, first and foremost, vote, but inform yourself about the candidate so you are voting for you think candidate's going to best serve your needs. We have a lot going on. We have a very aggressive capital plan. We've got a very aggressive utility program. It's going to take a lot of work to get us where we need to be. I've been focused on water and sewer with Mr. Lauder and Mr. Rose. I think that is going to be the key to our future. But there's a lot of challenges out there to meet that. One thing that I have observed, and we have done a lot of this, we focused on trying to communicate these complexities to our citizens. That's the one thing that I've heard first and foremost from our citizens. We want to understand why you make the decisions you do. If they understand, they're much more accepting of it. Rather than leave it to their own devices and say, well, I don't know why you did this, but I'm going to come up with a reason. Oftentimes, it's not the right reason. So it's incumbent upon us to try to get that information out. And we've made some great strides in improving our public communication protocols, but I think we still have a ways to go. And I heard Commissioner Stevens mention communication as well. I think that is very important for us, and it needs to be a continued focus on what we do.
Yeah, thank you. Some great things. Yeah, I put the little asterisk by the communication, right? And I think we talk about this not infrequently, that left to their own devices, individuals will create stories if that information is not provided, right? So as much information as you can put in, understanding that, there are certain things and decisions that can't always be fully communicated until later, right? But the more you can build that trust, I think that's really a tremendous thing. And congratulations on your seat on the board. It's a pretty new board that we have overall. And I will say just something else you said real quick is that we talk about local government as the front door to democracy, and how little, I'm looking around my colleagues, did we learn about local government in school? And so we're on a mission to educate about local government. We're going to continue to do that, and hopefully through these types of channels we can help. But let's move on to Commissioner Godwin.
Amy, I'm Ted Godwin. I represent District 2, which is the northeastern part of the county. And as Thad Ure used to say, a long-time Secretary of State, I'm the oldest rat in the barn. I'm in my fourth term, and thankfully I'm not up for re-election this year. But I think we're the busiest now we've ever been since I've been on the board. We've got a lot going on. We've got a good board now, a good diversity. We've got a good staff. Some of my short-term goals and long-term goals is to make sure that we'll work towards seeing the things that need to be done in a uniform way, especially like the development codes we're dealing with right now, if we all get on the same page and strive towards the common goal. One of the big things I hear from citizens out there, aside from everybody complaining about the growth issue, is wasteful spending. Anytime people see government workers, the classic leaning on the shovel, four guys leaning on the shovel, one guy's doing the work. but there's a lot of things we can do we've got a lot of capital projects, has been mentioned. And as we approach those, I hope we do it in a way that we can save taxpayers money and do it as if it's our own money. Because it is taxpayers' money, we need to approach it in a prudent, responsible fashion. We do have a lot to do. Got a lot of things to do. As Commissioner Harris said, we've put some things off because we've built a lot of schools. We've satisfied a lot of needs, but we need to address other needs, and that's what we need to be about.
Sure. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to turn things back over to my colleague. I will say, you'll notice there is a little sticky pad, some Post-it notes in front of you. That's for you. If something comes in and while something else is happening, that's for you to just jot down ideas. We have a little parking lot up here. You can let me know. You can stick it up there. Just if there are things that come up that we want to make sure we get to, but you don't think it's the exact right time, we don't want you to lose that train of thought. So now I'm going to turn it back over to Kevin.
Great, thanks, Amy. That was very helpful to hear from y'all, so thank you for taking the time to do that. We've got about 10, 12 minutes in our section. I think there's a break next to this, so we can take your cue, Mr. Chair, when you gavel me down. Just to highlight a couple of things that Amy said and reflect some things that I heard y'all say. We're facing the same things that you just said about informing the public. And that's why I like to talk to the public when we're here, because it is very important for them to participate in this process, right? And their job, the public's job, is to dig deeper and to become educated and informed. And so it's a two-way street for us or y'all as a board and as local government to provide information, make things transparent, as well as give information on these complex subject matters. And Commissioner Stovall, you couldn't have said it more perfectly. The work that y'all are doing is highly sophisticated work. It is very complex. And we're facing that in our conversations at the General Assembly right now about the complexities of property tax authority and what you do with those types of things, and trying to explain if you're going to push on this, it's going to come out here, right? It's all part of a very delicate balance. And so with that, those are the things that you're going to be talking about over the next 2 days. And I would encourage us all to be very open-minded. You've got a board here, as you said, that's diverse in thought, and you represent different regions of a very growing populous county, and you're representing all these different points of view. And you have been elected to sit at this table together to work out some of those complex things. And so it's really important for us to keep that in mind as we're approaching this work, to be thoughtful, as I know y'all are, because we've worked together for so long now, thoughtful and open-minded as we think about those things and fitting all of that together. It's not easy work that you have ahead of you. I remember telling a board during my job, like, who would do this job, right? You're putting yourself on a ballot in front of people to purposefully put yourself in conflict to work out things. And the answer to that question is people who care. That's who does this job, because you care deeply about the future of your county and your neighbors and your friends and your family. So thank you for doing that job. Okay, real quickly, I'm going to go through this slide, and I already saw, I don't know who did it on your staff, but wow, that was really cool to put the priorities on the back of your name tag. I'm looking to who I think I did. They're smiling. Your clerks did that, which is great. So you have this on the back of your cards. But last year we settled on specific areas, and here is a little bit more detail. I'm not going to read all of this. I'm not going to go into it. I want to thank Amy Cannon for putting it in the slide deck. But growth and land use, and you had these are the action items that you asked for, or y'all decided on, and I think y'all took action on these. That's what we're getting to, by the way. I'm going to review these, and then I'm going to ask y'all, like, how did it go? What are you proud of? What didn't go so well? What do we need to work on more? So growth and land use, the UDO, stormwater management, which I understand there's been some UDO discussions, water and sewer, specifically on water and making sure that you have enough of it and how to use it properly, and then sewer, was on the list as well. Again, I'm not going to read all of this, but you can, and you know what you've done and what was on the list. Regional issues related to water and sewer, long-term issues, facilities. I remember last year we spent a good amount of time prioritizing facilities, and you had a number of them. So I'm anxious to hear what y'all did over that period of time. Schools with a maintenance plan, you dug into those particular issues. You wanted to work on your workforce, on your personnel, an organizational structure, which an organizational chart here you were seeking to have accountability and transparency. You had short-term and long-term goals in transportation with the RPO and the MPO work, and then hold some sessions on community transportation plans was on the list as well. So again, you have all of that in front of you. Let's take, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, I know I'm maybe like 10 minutes if we can, hearing from y'all about, so how did it go? I'm just curious. How do y'all feel things went over this past year? Mr. Chairman, I'll throw it to you first.
I think a lot of progress has been made. I think there's still work left to be done. We're still in the midst of the UDO discussion, but we did have a very, very good public hearing where it brought a lot of people out and they were able to voice their concerns and their opinions. And in my opinion, that's when government works best, is when the people are engaged and involved. And so it was a good meeting. I think we're well on the way of getting that resolved into a document that everybody's can live with. I won't say everybody will be happy with, but everybody can live with, something that's fair and equitable to everyone. I think the building plans, the facilities, we're making a lot of progress on that. It never moves as fast as I would like to see it move, but it's, I think, reasonably moving well, given that it's government doing it. And so, but I think we've made a lot of progress. It'll be interesting to go through each one and hear the board members' individual perspective on how what their scorecard is as far as making progress on these different ones. But from my perspective, I think we're moving well. Staff's done a lot of work to get us to the point that we're moving forward on the goals that were set.
So maybe I'll ask a pointed question, because with the limited time. So is there one thing, and open it up to the board if it's okay, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Just to say, is there one thing like, gosh, I'm really proud that we did that and we accomplished it, and/or I was frustrated by this point that we didn't get it accomplished, and I'm curious to hear why. Any answers to that question? Either one of those questions?
I think one thing that stands out to me is I wish we could have made more progress on regionalization as it pertains to water, sewer, that sort of thing. I wish we could have made more tangible strides to create partnerships and some tangible direction on getting that accomplished.
Commissioner Godwin, do you feel like there was something there that was inhibiting that? Like there was a lot of stuff to do on the list?
There was a lot of stuff. There was a lot of balls in the air, and to really, we'd have dropped a lot of others perhaps to focus on that, but that was one thing I wish we could have pushed a little bit further down the road.
Got it. Okay, so not a situation of like it was being pushed to the side for some reason. It was just like y'all got a lot of stuff going on. And okay, Commissioner Stovall, I see you pulled the microphone closer to you.
Yes, one thing that I wish that had it gone a little bit better is the UDO process that supports the land use plan that we adopted in 2023. We went through a very involved process with a consultant. We had a number of public outreach meetings that were held in each of the commissioners' districts. And we got down to what should have been really the final hearing at the commissioner level, and we found out there was a wealth of our citizens who, quite frankly, didn't know this process was going on. What right there shows us that our communication protocols are not what they need to be to get this type of information out. So there was a lot of pushback on that document that we thought was nearing the finish line that we're going to have to now go back and reassess and try to address because of the gaps in the communication protocols. And you look at today, it used to be that government relied on newspapers to get these public notices out. Well, now the internet is the primary source of getting it out because newspapers don't exist anymore. And we have a newsletter that we use that is in its fledgling stages, but it's a very positive step forward. But we still know that in our county, which is predominantly rural, you know, 70% of our population live in unincorporated areas. We don't have internet everywhere. You know, if you don't have internet, then you're locked out from, which is right now probably the primary communication media that government is having to rely on, other than posting notices on the courthouse bulletin board. And some of that came out in this discussion at UDO, and said maybe we need to consider some unconventional things, like go where do people gather? Go down to the local country store and post these notices. Go to the feed store where they regularly frequent to buy feed and seed for their farming operations, so that they can see that. So obviously we've got some work to do to make sure we're getting the timely information out to the public, and they have access to it.
Thanks for that viewpoint. I will say from personal experience, communication seems to be the most challenging thing in any office or any organization that I've been a part of. It's just very challenging. By the way, our legislative goals process will be coming up starting in the summer, and I would certainly invite proposals related to the public notice laws and the newspapers. It's something we want to work on. So I'll slip that in there real fast because we're in agreement on that. Thank you for sharing that. Others?
So I'm going to start on the positive side. Go ahead.
No, you go.
No, you had something you needed to tie to there, so you go ahead.
That's okay. I was just going to say, I was excited that one of our goals from hearing from Dr. Dorfman last year was the cost of services survey, and to be able to help implement some and tie into the UDO process. And so we've already started with a consultant of being able to work on the cost of services and being able, because I know that's it's very timely. It's not just a 1 month project, it's a very long-term goal. But to be able to have it over 50% complete and being able to hear from the different departments that are being a part of that is going to be really neat. So I'm excited to see the results and the updates of the cost of services project. That was one of our goals, and being able to see that it's not quite yet checked off, but it's like halfway there. So that's exciting to see was the cost of services. I'm excited to see that.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
So I was going to give on the positive side of things too. When we looked at that full list that you ran through, there was definitely more check boxes or partial check boxes of getting stuff done than there was stuff that hadn't. Well, I didn't see anything on that list that hadn't got touched. So I think we've been moving it all, and I think that's the beauty of what we started. I've got my one note here, and I look back to 2022, day one, and look at what we talked about and kind of glance through that and see where we laid the foundation for the planning that we're doing now, and how we had a vision for the things that we wanted to get done. And somebody mentioned a book on a shelf, and I think that's where things tended to go. But now when we get through with this, not only do we have a direction for the board, we have a direction for the staff to execute, and we have a direction that the public knows that where we're headed and what we're going to do. So I think we've got a lot going on here. But I'm just going to look. We've got stormwater. We've accomplished that. The facilities. We've got a designer selected design started on our first on the DSS building. The organizational chart, the cost of services. It was great. That was on a whim. Brian Spivey with our Go-Op extension. Yeah, there he is. Can welcome in. And he called me last year and said, "Hey, I heard this guy speak. I think he needs to come talk to y'all." And I trusted his judgment, and rightfully so, because he brought us a lot of information on the cost of services. And we always knew that the American Farm Trust, I think, had the cost of services. In 4 years of searching, I'd never found a county that had done anything with that. So our cost of services is almost completed, I believe. But we're looking at a financial model to go with that to help guide our decisions on whether a project, the financial impact of the project, positive or negative, on our finances. So a lot of great things in there. But I would say, and I'm going to go on the negative side, my biggest disappointment has been regionalization. I feel like that we have banged our head against the wall over and over and over and over. We have looked at alternative short-term supplies, but I honestly still believe that for us getting into the Cape Fear is going to be very helpful. I've talked with commissioners, downstream in the Cape Fear, and they seem agreeable to what we're doing as long as we abide by the IBT rules. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. But even there, have decided that we are going to hire a person to, and I'm going to loosely say, focus on regionalization. There's some other responsibilities in there, but as Commissioner Godwin said last year, we need somebody who wakes up in the morning and every morning is thinking about how do we get to regionalization. So that's a negative, but positive in there as well. So
I'd like to point out one thing.
Commissioner.
I was chairman during COVID, and everything seemed to be in neutral during that time. But I must say, Chairman Harris has got big shoes to fill, because Chairman Lauder for the last 2 or 3 years has really, he put focus on these board priorities in every meeting we've had. And while I pointed out I wish we'd made more progress on regionalization, a lot of that was beyond our control. It's outside parties that have to come to the table. But I think Chairman Lauder has really, he's made our job a lot harder. By that I mean, he's kept us to the grindstone. I mean, he's really pushed us to get things done. And when I say my job's a lot harder than it used to be, it's because we got more going on, and Chairman Lauder's there prodding and pushing.
Yeah.
He's done a good job.
That's
I
great.
think there was a compliment in there,
I
that
think-
prodding.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I was thinking he can't be a thorn in my side sometimes, but I'll take it as a prod.
So I am mindful of time, but I want to make sure the other commissioners have an opportunity if they want to. I don't want to pressure. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would say that everything that I've heard so far is, we're all in agreement, I think, on these things are important. And the communication thing is, what's so ironic about that is we're all walking around with these all day long, but it seems as though it's harder to get the word out than it was when there was a single newspaper in the county. So the irony of that is not lost. But the one thing I wanted to mention above all these other things that last year I would have not said this. This is how much more information is better than less information, as I say. The Clayton High School project was one of our priorities, and last year this time I was not convinced that was really that great of expenditure of money, because it's a lot of money. And I was able to go and tour the facility with some members of our school system, Dr. Pierce, and see that and realize that, yes, it is time that school needs to be updated, because there's a lot of things that when you go to start renovating and remodeling, it all has to be brought up to current ADA standards and so forth, and that would make everything so expensive. And I hope that everybody can see that this board is working very well with our Board of Education these days, and a priority is educational funding, as it is right here on our list. And so I am very happy that we are moving forward with this Clayton High School project, and it is a beautiful plan, and to keep it right there in Clayton, downtown, on the same campus is a major win for that community. And the last thing I wanted to say about that part is that because this board, well before me, has established such a strong fund balance, some of these projects are able to move forward with a surety that they are going to be able to move forward as we try to get financing, as we move forward. We have money that we can get these projects started before necessarily we even have to borrow any money. And so between the JCC campus that is going to be over near the hospital in Clayton, toward the Mass building, so we can extend our courtroom space. All these things are done because we have a strong fund balance, and I just want to commend the board before I was even on there that this was such a priority, and so I do think these are very positive things that we're moving toward.
Thanks, Commissioner Rose. Commissioner Stevens?
He gave me a perfect segue, because one of the things I wrote down based on what Commissioner Stovall said, the irony is the world is moving faster, technology is moving faster, but that doesn't mean that we're getting better. And to that point, it is ironic that I feel like we could put something out in the paper and it may be more seen than something just on Facebook or the internet, but it's also just an adage of, I feel like how we've been operating for the past couple years is there's something to be said for breaking things back down to basics and going back to the foundation and where you started. And I feel like that is something as a board we have been really good at doing for the past couple years, whether it's breaking down our construction process, how we're even building things that we're moving forward with. We we took a step back and said, what's working, what's not, let's break it down and rebuild it. The same thing, to your point, with the cost of services, the fire tax. We took all of our departments and broke them down to rebuild them back stronger. And then the same thing with we even did that with the Board of Education, facilities management. We recognize let's strip it down and literally, find out every HVAC that needs replaced, everything. And so, to the point a lot of the commissioners made, we've spent a lot of times back in the weeds, back to basics, figuring out, Johnston County has been a gray county for years for a reason, and we need to get back to what it was built upon and rebuild from that instead of trying to move at the speed of light like it seems the rest of the world is doing. And I think it has served this board and this county well.
What I'm hearing out of that statement, and this across the entire board, is you have a lot of work. Some is you set your priorities, you're working on those, and some are not being pushed as fast enough. So this might be the year to reprioritize some of that stuff as a board if y'all decide that. But also breaking it down, what I heard when you said that is the elemental pieces of step-by-step, how to get there. And to Commissioner Lauder's point, like it takes years, right, to get some of that stuff done. We started on this in 21, 22, and so incrementally we're making progress on that stuff. So just remember that as we get it later into the day and tomorrow as we're pushing to ask for concrete steps. Mr. Chairman, with a little bit of latitude here, I want to see how married people are to that break, because we could forgo the break and just keep on going through. I don't know how you feel about that, because we got the presentation at 10. I'll leave it up to you, sir. But
I'll confer with the rest of the board. Everybody all right to keep rolling? Okay, keep going.
good deal. In fact, that allows me one more question here, and it's for folks at home, you've got the Board of Commissioners who are setting the policy and the direction for the county, and then you have the professional staff, the county manager and the assistant county managers and general counsels. If it's okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear from them about the process as well, because y'all have basically given them direction. How did that work for y'all? Was that good for y'all to have that clear direction from the board and step-by-step things? I'm putting you on the spot, Rick.
Sure.
Or is there anything else you wanted to add about the priorities that we set last year?
Testing. Okay. Thank you, Kevin. And just speaking for myself, and I think, and of course, my colleagues here may have some comments as well, but I think it's been very helpful for us, because there were goals there, but there was also there was enough specifics there for us to have a clear direction of where to go and how to move things along in the previous year. And I'm glad Mr. Rose mentioned Clayton High School, because I don't know that was not a county facility structure, but it was also in the mix, and a great project to move forward. So, I think it was good, and I agree that the regionalization piece is slower than we would have liked. I do think there's some things in progress there, as we do have that position that was mentioned earlier for that, and we have 90 applications for that position, so I think we're going to have some really good candidates for that job to move that project, not only just regionalization, that's the primary focus, but also intergovernmental relations. So, but anyway, I appreciate and thank you to the board for doing this goal setting and giving us specifics that we have the ability to move forward. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other members of the team? Good. Well, great. I appreciate that. That's helpful for us as we navigate the rest of the day and hearing, what you thought worked well, some challenges ahead. Maybe we got some hints of some areas that are going to be a focus as we talk about things later in the afternoon. I meant to do this at the beginning, but I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to leave you with, before I introduce or turn it back to the chairman to introduce our next speaker. This is something you all accomplished at the very first meeting, and that's your mission statement. And so I wanted to read that, just to keep in mind what y'all are working towards and working on. So the mission of the Johnston County Board of Commissioners is to provide visionary leadership and strategic guidance that promotes effective and efficient county government, that seeks to enhance the quality of life for the present and future generations of the people of Johnston County in a fiscally responsible manner. I think that's a great mission statement, and I remember working on that with y'all, and glad that y'all came up with that and adopted it. With that, Mr. Chairman, thanks for that period of time together, and I'll throw it back to you, sir, for the next speaker.
All right, thank you. Just a few announcements to make. I want to take an opportunity to thank our staff, our clerk and deputy clerk for taking this whole crowd on the road. This is not an easy task to set all this up, and our public information staff is doing an extraordinary job. And I know we talk a lot about communication, but we've got a great team of people that are working on it, and we continue to enhance with adding the newsletter, and I know there's some other enhancements that are going to be coming in the future. And also just the county management team. We're very fortunate to have an extraordinary group of people that are leading the county's day-to-day operations, and so we're thankful for all that you do. It makes our jobs a lot easier to have a great staff to do that. That being said, our next presentation is on farmland preservation. Evan Davis, the Director of Farmland Preservation of the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Mr. Davis, whenever you're ready, sir, the floor is yours. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you so much for inviting me. I always say that the best part of the job is being able to go out and meet with farmers and foresters. So the second best part of the job is being able to go out to communities across North Carolina and talk about farmland preservation, being able to talk about solutions. What can we do to help keep these family farms alive? Just a little bit on my background, born and raised in Davison County. And I've been with the Farmland Preservation Division with the North Carolina Department of Agriculture for over 13 years, starting in an entry-level position, and then I've served as director since January of 2022. So a couple of goals of this presentation. First, we're going to set the scene why this is so important. We're going to talk about some of the offerings that we provide with the Farmland Preservation Division of the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, and then talk about how counties can get involved in this type of program. So first, we'll talk about some of the threats. The American Farmland Trust is the premier nonprofit organization in the United States that studies and helps combat farmland loss. And over the past few years, they've released two of the most comprehensive studies on farmland loss. In 2020, they looked at farmland loss between 2001 and 2016. In that study, they determined North Carolina lost the second most number of ag land acres compared to all other states, 732,000 acres of ag land being converted to non-ag uses. Now, in that study, they determined that 78% of that conversion was to low-density residential development. Now, their characterization of that is a little bit of a sliding scale. It includes what we think of as subdivisions in rural and suburban areas, and also large lot housing, areas that are parceled down into 2, 5, 10, 20-acre parcels that contain single home sites. They also looked at the quality of the land. They had a metric called nationally significant land, and there were a few metrics that went into this, but the easiest way to think about it is that it takes 2 to 3 times the amount of other types of land to make up for the productivity of nationally significant land. And in this study, they determined that 387,000 acres of that land loss was nationally significant land. So not only losing farmland, but losing some of our most productive land as well. 2 years later, they looked at what was happening next. So farmland loss projections out to the year 2040. Once again, North Carolina was number 2, second in the nation for potential farmland acres lost. Now, in this model, they had 3 different projections. One looked at business as usual, which was current development trends. One looked at runaway sprawl, which increased low-density residential development by 50%. And then the last looked at better-built cities, which cut low-density residential development in half. You see the figures here on the screen. Based on current development trends, a projection of 1.1 million acres of ag land lost, and then in the runaway sprawl model, 1.6 million acres potential to be lost. Now, in this model, they went down to the county level. They have really good geospatial models that look at the projected ag land lost, and there are over 3,100 counties and county equivalents across the United States, and they determined that the top county for farmland loss in North Carolina was Johnston County, 19th in the entire nation. So out of all the 3,100 counties across the United States, Johnston County was ranked 19th for potential farmland loss. There are 3 other counties in North Carolina that ranked in the top 40 across the entire United States. And sometimes it's a little bit hard to wrap our heads around what we're talking about in terms of acreage to be lost. Here are 2 true projections of the state of North Carolina and the state of Delaware. The entire landmass of the state of Delaware is 1.5 million acres, and in that runaway sprawl model, we could lose 1.6 million acres of farmland. So losing more farmland than the entire state of Delaware. So those are the stakes. So what are we doing about it? In the Farmland Preservation Division, we're focusing on land conservation. There are many different factors that influence farmland preservation, but we're looking at the conservation of the land, making sure we have the natural resources for the production of food and fiber into the future. The primary program inside the Farmland Preservation Division is the Agricultural Development and Farmland Preservation Trust Fund, known by the acronym ADFP Trust Fund. It is one of the 3 state-funded natural conservation trust funds with the state. Commissioner Godwin, he is our county commissioner representative on the ADFP Trust Fund Advisory Committee and has served on the committee for several years, so we appreciate his service there. There are several different grant categories that we provide grants for. We are a grant-making entity, and we provide administration of that grant program from the application process through evaluation, open grant management, all the way through post-award monitoring. And historically, about 90% of the grant funding has gone towards agricultural conservation easements. These are the best tool for the long-term protection of the land, and we'll dive a little bit deeper into those. We also provide grants for agricultural plans. You'll see a few of the plans that you may be familiar with. Voluntary agricultural districts, a local ordinance. Of course, Johnston County has one. They're one of 93 counties across the state that has a VAD ordinance. Farmland protection plans. These are strategic plans endorsed by counties that look at the challenges to agriculture and how to sustain the family farm into the future. Johnston County has a farmland protection plan. It was adopted in 2010. And then, we've talked about this morning, cost of community services studies, that's in progress. Agricultural development projects, these are typically public and public-private enterprise programs. The objective here is to find ways to support family farms, increase profitability, increase yield, keep the family on the farm. And then agricultural growth zones. This is a relatively new program. We launched this in 2023, and I'll talk about this more in depth in a few slides. So this is the hierarchy of farmland preservation. Again, when we focus on land conservation, this is what we look at. As we move up the pyramid, we increase the protection of the land while increasing the financial benefit for the landowner. So you can see the base of the pyramid, voluntary ag districts. When we talk with farmers and foresters and landowners, we say that if your farm is eligible, you need to go down to your soil and water office or cooperative extension and sign up today, because there's little to no cost to enroll. There's no penalty or fee to withdraw from the program, but there's a lot of great benefits. Again, as you move up the pyramid, you increase the protection of the land, You increase the financial benefit for the landowner. So our grant program focuses at the top of the pyramid, which are conservation easements. And this is good information for you as you speak to farmers and other landowners. Is my farm eligible? These are the eligibility requirements for landowners interested in the state-funded program. So if they check these boxes, the land will be eligible. First, is it privately owned? Second, within the borders of the state of North Carolina, is it currently in working lands use? We're focusing on working farms and forests. And then the last part, does it meet one of the criteria? And if you notice these here, they line up with present use value. The idea behind this is that once the easement's recorded, that's the boundary of the easement. We'll talk about some of the restrictions of these easements in a few slides, but we want to make sure that in the future, when ownership changes hands, that at least the acreage requirement will be met. So 5 acres for horticulture, 10 acres for row crops or pasture, 20 acres for trees. So when we talk about conservation easements with farmland preservation, we want to be very direct in our language. We want to say these are agricultural conservation easements. There are all different types of conservation easements that have different focuses. Wildlife, endangered species, riparian, stream buffers. The primary focus of these are agricultural. We want to make sure that the land can stay productive, it's available for the production of food and fiber. So the conservation easement is focusing on a property interest, a property right being the landowner's right to develop the property. The agricultural conservation easement will restrict the land from doing so, but still have allowances for the cultivation and harvest of crops and trees. Now, in exchange for that restriction of property rights, the landowner is compensated. This is a real estate transaction. Now, that exchange can be cash considerations. That's where the grant program comes from. But there's also tax incentives as well. But another important point we always emphasize is that we are not buying land. There are no condemnations, no land transfers. The landowner retains the fee. It stays in private ownership. We're looking at the restriction of the right to develop the property. Another very important consideration for landowners is that the agricultural conservation easement runs with the land. If you notice on the pyramid on the previous slide, the very tip top of the pyramid, it says perpetual conservation easements. And as we say in the business, as long as the flag is flying, the easement will be enforced. That's what perpetual means. So it's a very important decision for these farm families. So when the easement's recorded, no matter who owns the land, the easement runs with it. So those conversations that these farm families have, the perpetual nature of the agricultural conservation easement is a very important discussion. So I briefly want to go through the restrictions and the rights retained because I think it helps frame how these agricultural conservation easements are a little bit different than other types. Again, we're focusing on the restriction of development. And the first point here has a restriction on residential development, but notice there's an asterisk. We're going to talk about that on the next slide. A restriction on industrial and commercial uses outside of agriculture and customary rural enterprises. Subdivision of the property. As I alluded to earlier, once the easement is recorded, that is the boundary of the easement. So you cannot subdivide the property once it is recorded. Fragmentation of the landscape is one of the biggest threats to agricultural viability. So we want to maintain these types of large blocks of land in order for ag operations to remain profitable. Impervious surfaces. Impervious surfaces are any type of structure or material where rainwater cannot penetrate. These easements typically have a 2% impervious surface limit. We know about the flooding impacts that have happened in North Carolina over the past few years. This is a way to help with that. Mining, we want to maintain the topsoil for the production of food and fiber. Dumping and trash, obviously those environmental concerns. Commercial signage, this relates to billboards, not anything to do with the ag operation and their advertisements. And then we do work with the military down east on compatible use projects. Now, I mentioned earlier, these properties remain in private ownership. So what rights do you retain? So there is a right to privacy. Again, there are conservation easements that grant public access. These agricultural easements do not. The landowners can still enforce their trespass, and especially with livestock and poultry operations, biosecurity is vital. So these easements do not grant any type of public access. Now, I put right to farm on the second bullet point. It might seem redundant since we're talking about agricultural conservation easements, but I want to make that distinction between these types of easements and others. You can cultivate, you can cut your trees, and you can change land uses between agriculture, horticulture, and forestry. So the ability to change those land uses is important for the long-term viability of the ag operation. Low impact, non-developed recreational activities, hunting, fishing, hiking, bird watching, you can still do those things on your property. Right to customary rural enterprises. Anybody involved in agriculture knows how important diversification is. Agritourism, ecotourism, those types of activities are still allowed with these types of easements. Okay, so we saw the asterisk on residential development on the previous slide. There are allowances with these agricultural conservation easements for the construction of residences and also structures related to the farm operation. Now, the key point here is that they have to be located inside building envelopes. These are areas designated for allowable construction. Now, I only have a little bit of time here today, so we won't go into all the details there, but there are some legal and financial reasons for the designation of those building envelopes. But the key point to remember here is that if you have a house, if you have a barn, if you have a livestock facility, you can have those and you can build those in the future if you delineate building envelopes on the survey and have that in the easement deed. And then you do retain your water rights as well. So again, making that distinction between agricultural conservation, easements, and others, being able to cultivate and harvest, the infrastructure that is required for an agricultural operation, the human component that is involved. So we know how farmers are stewards of the land. Being able to live and work on the farm is very important. And then all of those other great benefits like wildlife habitat, recreational uses, other types of conservation measures, those are still allowed on the property. So here's what we've done across North Carolina. We have our second easement closing scheduled next week, so we'll cross that 42,000 acre mark. You can see the red dots going from Murphy to Manteo across the state. 60 of the 100 counties have a recorded easement funded in part by our program. And in Johnston County, there have been 6 agricultural conservation easements recorded, about 592 acres in total there. All right, so let's talk about the grant program. So you can see what has happened over the past few years. Demand for this program has grown significantly. The past 3 grant application cycles have been grant application records. The program was started in 2006, so that kind of gives you an idea of the history of the program and what has been happening in the past few years. But here's the issue. You can see the blue line with the application, the grant requests, and the orange line with the funding level. There is quite a delta between the two. So with the last application cycle, cycle 18, 60 million in grant requests, and with recurring funding level and unused and canceled projects, we were only able to fund about 6 million of that 60 million request. So in this process, the eligible applicants for the grant funds are county governments and qualified nonprofit organizations. So counties are key partners. Farmland preservation starts with a willing landowner. This is a voluntary program. Farmers and foresters come to us, they come to counties, they come to land trusts wanting to participate. It starts with them, but the next step is the county. The next step is the land trust. We have to have those local partners in order for the program to move forward. So they serve as the applicants for the grants. When a grant contract is awarded, they are the grant recipients. The county or the land trust builds the conservation easement package on behalf of the landowner, and then once it is recorded, they serve as the easement holding entity. They are the party responsible for making sure those restrictions that we saw are being upheld. So county support is vital in this process. So as you have seen through this, if you did not think about agricultural conservation easements as a blend between natural resource conservation and economic development, I hope you do now, because these are working lands. And with the emphasis on private ownership, the land is staying in the tax base. And as we have heard earlier this morning with the cost of community services studies, agricultural lands are net providers of tax dollars rather than net users. What we have seen in the past few cycles is that the overwhelming majority of the applications we received, the land is enrolled in present use value. Last year, 90% of the applications were in PUV. The previous year, 98% of the applications were in PUV. These conservation easements allow the land to remain eligible for PUV. So they're in PUV before the easement's recorded, and they're in PUV after the easement is recorded. I mentioned earlier one of the grant categories being agricultural growth zones. We launched this program in 2023, and there were a few reasons behind promoting this new program. One, as I mentioned earlier, fragmentation of the landscape, one of the biggest threats to the long-term viability of ag operations. Landowners, farmers, foresters have to have the land resource to remain viable. When land is sold and parceled, converted to other uses, if the operation wants to stay in business, they have to have the land. They have to go further out, and what happens there? Input costs rise. So, if we can preserve blocks of land in a concentrated area, that gives a fighting chance for these ag operations to remain viable. These blocks of conserved land can also serve as a sprawl mitigation tool. So and we call it AGZ, there's always an acronym in government, right? The AGZ program has that purpose. Can we be strategic in where we concentrate conservation dollars? Again, this is a voluntary program, and through the statewide competitive grant, we receive applications from landowners who want to participate, and that will remain the same way. But we want counties to think about where are the best areas, kind of that middle ground between not being too far gone based on the development threat and areas that might not receive the development threat, that middle area. Where are those pockets, those agricultural communities, where we can preserve land and support the agribusiness that support the ag operations? Now, the key part to the AGZ program is that it requires a local investment. So local dollars can be leveraged against state dollars. So, through this program, when counties apply for the program, A requirement is to have a local cash match for conservation easement purchase. When they have the local cash match, they can pull down the state match at a 1-to-1 rate. Now, the benefit to this is that it's a locally driven approach. You don't have to go through the statewide competitive grant. Essentially, it is a pot of funding for county governments. They pull down the funding as soon as they have the cash match to go against it, and can do so as long as the funding is available. An incentive through the AGZ program is that up to 10% of the total value of the grant can be used for transactional and due diligence costs. There's many different inputs that have to go into these agricultural conservation easements: title work, surveys, environmental assessments. There are grant funds through this program to help with that. Another great benefit is that as long as funds are available and the matching funds are there, the counties can work on these on a rolling basis. Our typical statewide competitive grant, the application period is in the fall, and then by the next fall, the grant awards are made. They can work on these anytime, as long as the funds are available. And then they can add in other sources of funding, like USDA. The key part is that the local and state match has to remain at that 1-to-1 ratio. As long as they do that, other sources of funding can be leveraged to build a better financial package for these conservation easements. So here's what's happening. The first round of AGZ grants, those contracts in 2024 are in yellow. The ones in blue in 2025, purple, and you notice a county there. So Johnston County was awarded an AGZ grant. Unfortunately, with the budget situation, that grant was only for $335,000. This past year, we did add in some renewal procedures, because the good thing is the counties in yellow are working on these projects. They're spending some money. So we added in some renewal procedures, so our hope is that improved budget situations for the program will allow for those renewals to happen. And so we do have our kickoff meeting for the AGZ grant later this month, and there will be 2 projects for that AGZ grant that will be processed after that kickoff call. You know, we started at the beginning with the threats to farmland, and not a very good picture, but one of the best trends in the past few years has been counties stepping up to support farmland preservation efforts. Just looking back a few years, only 4 or 5 counties in North Carolina were providing funding for farmland preservation programs supporting agricultural conservation easements. Take a look at the map now. 18 counties across North Carolina are providing some type of funding for agricultural conservation easements. And you can see the distinction between the funding sources there. Again, one of the best trends that we see. So providing that AGZ grant is directly tied to these counties stepping up to provide funding. These locally driven approaches are going to be one of the best ways to get land conservation actually on the ground as we move forward. So expanding the toolbox, we talked quite a bit about these county programs, AGZ grants. One other tool that we're working on, if you remember the pyramid, the hierarchy of farmland preservation, the middle slice, funded conservation agreements. This is not a tool that we have in North Carolina. What this means is that can we provide a direct financial benefit to a landowner in exchange for a 10-year conservation agreement? If you're familiar with the enhanced VAD program, the key part to that program is that there is a 10-year irrevocable conservation agreement. But as it stands now, there is no direct financial benefit for the landowner in exchange for that 10-year agreement. So can we do this? I think this will be a great tool to provide a short-term, and we say short being in comparison to our perpetual conservation easement, a short-term tool to help with land conservation efforts. There's a lot of appetite for this among counties, farmers, and landowners, and it would allow North Carolina to be an innovator in this space. I checked with the American Farmland Trust, and there's no other state that has that exact type of structure. So we can be a leader in farmland preservation in this space. And from my perspective, since this is a voluntary program, there's many different situations among landowners across North Carolina, we have to put more tools in the toolbox, and this would do so. Another tool that is emerging is called Buy, Protect, Sell. This is a process in which typically a nonprofit would buy a farm, one in which it's either vulnerable to conversion or the landowner wishes for it to be a farm after they're gone. They buy the property, they protect it with an agricultural conservation easement, and then it is sold typically to a young, beginning, or limited resource farmer at a reduced rate. We know that there are hurdles to acquisition of land for young farmers, access to capital, and the average age of a farmer in North Carolina is 59 years old and rising. So getting young farmers on the land is a critical need. This is a tool that achieves several different objectives: preserving the land while providing some access to those who might not have it otherwise.
Evan, I had a question on that. So
Mhm.
with the conservation easement, I know there's a difference between the PUV and the market.
Mhm.
But what happens this second go-round when they sell it for less than what it was valued? Where's that difference get made up?
Through the Buy, Protect, Sell program?
Yes, sorry.
Well, it's going to be, so it hasn't happened yet in North Carolina. USDA NRCS has a structure for this program. Unfortunately, there are some administrative and regulatory hurdles with this program where it hasn't been too successful nationwide. Typically, it would follow really what our formula follows. And so when we talk about conservation easement purchase, there is an appraisal that has two values: what the fair market value is, and then what the value of the property is with the easement on it. That is the easement purchase value. So what the nonprofit will do is typically buy the land, the fee, at a reduced rate, and then recoup those costs with the easement purchase. So it's a bargain sale across the board. Now, there is a concept called option to purchase at agricultural value. This is something that other states have done. It is a requirement inside the deed of conservation easement. So it restricts the sale, so then it would be at that level, typically what the tax card says the value is based on the deferment. So that's something that could come into play if the objective of the nonprofit is access for limited resource or young farmers. So again, this is something that hasn't happened yet. We're going to talk about what those options are. When we talk about option to purchase at agricultural value, that's something that we're not going to have in our typical program because, as we mentioned, it stays in private ownership. You can sell the land, and then it's based on whatever a buyer would purchase the property for, not put those restrictions on what the sale price would be. But in terms of access to capital, that could be an option that helps reduce those barriers. So again, from what I've seen in case studies from other states, that's typically how it works through that process.
Okay, I mean, it just, as we're kind of listening to you talk, it seems like that's something that counties, particularly in our situation, I don't know who the second and third one are interested in, but it also seems like something that on the state level, this should be very interesting, because I hear them talk about farmland preservation as well, and Joy may have some stuff coming up that she wants to share what's going on, but it seems to me like this is a win-win, and if you throw in the development community, it seems like they ought to be supporting this same kind of thing as well, so it seems like all sides ought to be interested in figuring out how to better fund, so the dollars, instead of dropping off for grant awards.
That's right.
The availability of funds for that ought to be going in the
That's-
other direction.
That's certainly a concern, yes.
All right, thank you.
And then, this is my last slide here, before I have to take any questions. Again, how can we help? We meet with farmers and landowners frequently. We present at workshops, conferences, different types of events, so we can help farmers and landowners, match them up with counties and land trusts, other resources to get them on the path to farmland preservation. Obviously, I'm here explaining our state program, what conservation easements are and what they are not, and then the process for applying for grant funds and how to complete the agricultural conservation easement projects. Just a brief rundown, again, farmland preservation touches many different areas. There's a really simple but direct quote about the importance to agriculture. Food requires agriculture. Agriculture requires land. We have to have the land resource for the production of food. So in a simple term, that's how it relates to agriculture. Again, we see this as part natural resource conservation, part economic development. This is supporting North Carolina's top industry. Environmental, we talked about those great benefits, and we know that farmers are great stewards of the land. This empowers them to keep the land as such. We know this is a public policy issue from many different perspectives. And then certainly this is a quality of life issue. We know how important these rural areas are to our lives in communities across the state. So again, I appreciate the time today, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Very good presentation. Question I have is that, we're going through a process now of revising our Unified Development ordinances. Is there a tie-in to these conservation easements has to that particular document that enforces our land use plan, or is that a separate and distinct process?
No, I don't see that as any impact on that. There's nothing in the deed of conservation easement that has any impact on zoning. Again, we look at the exemption from zoning 160D 903.
Right.
So again, to us, this is a voluntary measure taken by the landowner. So it's a matter of them having to fit inside their individual situation. So I'll give you another brief example. I mentioned during the building of the conservation easement package, there is a brand new survey that is required. Since we're a statewide program, we have to defer to counties if there are certain provisions that there may be a regulation or an ordinance to. So we really have to defer to the counties if there is a situation on the land that may impact the development of the conservation easement. So again, we're not dictating any type of terms. If there are existing situations, we just have to defer to the counties.
Okay, thank you.
Kevin, early in your presentation, you talked about sprawl and having two large lots, for example, in rural areas. Maybe I'm thinking wrong, shoot holes in it. If you got a 100-acre tract and you have 1 acre tracts, 1 acre lots, you got 100 families there. Well, if you say a half acre, then you put those 100 families on half of that land, leave it open. But my way of thinking is what we've seen happen and what would happen is you get 200 families in on that 100 acres. You still don't have open land, but you got twice the concentration. That's why I've been a proponent of larger lot sizes and that type of thing.
Well, again, when we talk about low-density residential development, I think that's why they put it as a sliding scale, because it depends on the individual situations. It depends on the individual landscapes. Just again, a simplistic example, as a statewide program, the farms in the mountains and their characteristics, their sizes, their types of operations are very different than the ones we handle in the east. So we can't generalize or standardize too much, because think about the diversification of agriculture in North Carolina. So again, it's almost, I hate to say it, but it's almost kind of the same answer. We have to defer to the individual counties and communities on what works best for them. Now, going back to what the AFT and their study, I think their part is that the fragmentation of the landscape relates to existing operations and their usage of that land. So I don't think it really matters whether or not the land is being for a subdivision that is based on square footage or one that has a little bit larger of a lot. Again, I think there's going to be considerations with infrastructure. We know about roads and how that can impact farmers when they have to go to land that is further out.
Right.
What's the traffic situation, lanes, expansion? So that goes down to the individual areas as well. So there's just so many variables with this type of project that, again, it's hard for us to dictate that across the state. So I think it's important for us to defer to the local experts on what works best in those individual communities.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I could interject, one thing I'm hearing counties talk about is like that 100-acre example. Is allow higher density, third of an acre lots, but you have to dedicate the balance of the land to open space.
Twofold.
So you get 33, you get saves, and it saves the developer road cost and water and sewer line cost.
I can see that.
Let me interject if I could. I actually a huge proponent of this program and the process. And this board has committed local dollars, general fund money to continue that. And I think there's certainly an appetite on the board to continue that process because it is important to preserve this land. But here's the part I struggle with. When we put headlines up there that Johnston County is losing it, what that really means is that many farmers sold their property. Nobody took that land away from them. Somebody approached them and rung the doorbell and wrote them a check, and they bought the land, and that was their choice to sell that land. And so here's where my question is, and I don't know what the answer is, but there are farmers in this county right now that I've talked to myself that land is their 401k. That's their retirement. That's their nest egg. And their families have worked for generations to build that. And they're very protective of it, rightfully so, that they want to make sure that the value is still there because, one, they use it as collateral to borrow, to plant the next year's crops and harvest. But they also use it as if something goes wrong, that's what I'm going to do. I've got a certain part of the property. One of the farmers said, well, we've already got designated areas that we would sell if we have a family illness or whatever, some kind of catastrophe that happens. So I think these programs are fantastic, and I'm a big fan of them, but I think it still goes down to the individual choice of the farmers to be able to want to do that. And they have to understand that their generations to come, which is another issue, not all the generations to come want to come back home and farm.
That's right.
I mean, I've heard that several times. The farmers are aging out, the children grew up, they went somewhere else, they got careers going, and they have no desire to come back to the family farm. Now, I say all that to say, I just try to look at it realistically. I'm appreciative of the farmers 3 times a day because I like to eat as much as anybody. But, and what they do is so vitally important to our county and to our nation. But farming is a business. And so in my involvement in business over the years, we've had several businesses that made money, and we did well. We were blessed. And we had a couple of not so much. And so the ones that were not so much, we got rid of them. We got out of it. And so I think last year we heard from the association that I believe it was 78% of the farms in North Carolina have someone working outside the farm to bring in money to help subsidize the family's livelihood. And so I wish we could come up with some ways to make farming more profitable, and make it more appealing to people who want to go into business. I mean, because the farming is very important to our county, and we appreciate what they do. But I also am very sensitive to the fact that that's their asset, and that they should be able to control it how they see fit. And so if a developer shows up, I can speak personally, if somebody rings my doorbell tonight and has a check on it with a lot of zeros, I'm probably going to be looking for a house, I mean, just because that's just the way the world works.
Yep.
And so I say all that to say, I mean, I think these programs are fantastic, but when we say that Johnston County is losing all this farmland, I just want to be clear that nobody's forcing anybody to do anything. They're being approached and people are purchasing it, and it's a land transaction just like happens every day in America.
That's right. So again, this is the great thing about the program. It's voluntary.
Yes.
They made that decision.
Yes.
But I think the important thing to emphasize is a couple things. We have to have this option. Where would we be without this option, and for the ones that want to stay on the land?
Absolutely.
So we saw what the demand is. So there is an appetite from farmers and landowners to want to go through this process. And we have to have a little bit more help in terms of the resources because we're not going to meet the demand, but we need to get a little bit closer. I think it's their right as private property owners to make that decision. And, again, we're in a high-level session here, but when we get down into the details, the landowner doesn't have to do all their land. If they have a 100-acre parcel, they can put 98 acres in the easement. They could do 50 acres. So they have some flexibility in how they structure their agricultural conservation easement as well, so they can balance some of those competing interests as well. So in my perspective, this type of agricultural conservation easement allows for the most highest level of flexibility compared to others because of those allowances we talked about with infrastructure and houses, the customization of the boundary of the easement. So I think there's a lot of ways, and sometimes I kind of feel like a snake oil salesman here because, oh, yep, we're going to pay you to keep your land and you keep farming and all these great things, but that's what happens.
Yeah.
So your point is absolutely correct. From my perspective, we've got to have an option, and that's why we got to build the toolbox because not everybody has the same objective either. So having short-term options, short as in 10 years or a little bit longer. So if we have more options that build the toolbox out, I think we can find more landowners to participate. And again, I think that's the beauty of the program. It starts with a landowner wanting to do it. And then if they decide not to, then that's okay too.
I do think it's a great program, and we appreciate your information. I lost train of thought, I'm sorry. We'll move on to the other. Yeah.
A curious question more than anything. When you mentioned that we were second in the nation for land laws, who was number one?
Texas.
And do you see it, is there more of the sprawl? Are they experiencing the same issues? And do you know the percentage difference? Obviously, they're much larger geographic, area
I
than
don't
we
know
are,
off the top of my head that the American Farmland Trust did host their conference in Dallas last year. And the types of operations, the scale is obviously different there, but sprawl is obviously a major issue. I mean, you can think about Houston and Dallas-Fort Worth. I mean, those are prime examples there. Austin and Raleigh have been, twins in a lot of the comparisons about growth and net migration and all those types. So I think a lot of that is comparable, but I don't have that information off the top of my head. I think just because of the size, their program, they have a counterpart program to ours. I think their easements are larger, but I think they've done less. So I think we're doing a little bit better in terms of the number. But again, you saw the average size there, 152 acres of the average size of our conservation easements. I think that says a lot about us being able to accommodate all sizes of operations. And then, of course, from mountains to coast, you have a lot of different types of agricultural operations. But again, I rely on the American Farmland Trust quite a bit because they collect this information from all across the United States. They have what they call Purchase of Agricultural Conservation Easement Directors Roundtable. So I meet with other state programs. It's been really beneficial for me because I learn from others. The Northeast, they've been doing this a long time. Pennsylvania nearly has 800,000 acres in the same program that we have 42,000 acres in. So they're very experienced. There's a lot of best practices. I try to incorporate those good things into our program, avoid the bad ones. So it's been very beneficial for me to learn from those other programs.
Thank you.
Commissioner, yeah, go ahead.
Me? Okay. Yeah, so first of all, thank you for this presentation. And I wanted to say, first off, my parents, I grew up out in a rural community, Brogden, and it was about 12 acres we have, and about half of that's farmed. And we weren't the farmers, but we always leased it to a farmer. And about half of that is open farmland, so I guess about 6 acres. We get calls every day, almost, people wanting to buy that 6 acres and split it up and put lots on it. And now they lease it and get about $500 a year for what they make off the farmland. So you can see that they want to keep it as open space as farmland. Otherwise, $500, it's going to take a long time to recoup what they can make at $500 a year. But that made me think about what happens. This is a permanent easement program. What happens in 50 or 100 years or 200 years? We're talking about permanent, forever. So at what point? So the family farmer has passed on. His kids maybe have even passed on. There's nobody left to farm the land. There's nobody who wants to rent the land to farm, and the land becomes unused. What happens then?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it will protect the natural resource. I mentioned earlier about a clause in other types of easements in the United States called option to purchase agricultural value. There's another type of clause called affirmative agriculture. That means that there is a requirement to farm the land. That's going to be very hard to enforce. So our program does not have that, and we're not going to do that. So in your scenario there, the land would remain fallow. But again, the primary purpose is to protect the land so it is available for the production of food and fiber. So it's a very common scenario. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I would probably say about a quarter to a third of the applications we receive over time are ones where it's a landowner leasing to an operator. So that's a very common scenario, and the easement allows for that scenario to happen. So I would say that the potential solutions to that would be list the land with NC FarmLink. Look for those beginning, limited resource, young farmers that are looking for opportunities, and that could happen. So again, the mechanisms of the operator-owner relationship can still remain the same. The entity who is the easement holder, the county or the land trust, their responsibility is to make sure that the easement is not being violated. And being fallow, not being used, is not a violation of the easement. It's just not in production. So I think that when we look at this, what are the other things that could influence a better outcome? And so in that scenario, again, depending on how the initial easement purchase was structured, perhaps present use value, that income requirement, paying a higher level in taxes, could that be more of a influence to get the land back in production than just having the easement on it? That could be a better scenario. So the short answer is it would just grow up, be fallow, but I would hope that we can have those resources provided to the counties and land trusts who are the easement holders to get to the current landowner to get it back in production.
Commissioner, I want to go to Commissioner Davis because I know she lives this life every day. I can't see her the way we're sitting, but I know she's got something to add to this conversation.
Bill had his hand up first. If
Oh,
you
I'm
want to go.
sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can go to Bill
I can't
first.
see either one of you,
Quick
so
question.
go ahead.
I've run into a number of farmers who have skepticism because they don't know the details.
Mhm.
What is the basis for determining how much you pay for the development rights?
So everything is based on an appraisal. So this is not a program where there's a flat fee or anything like that. It's going to be based on an appraisal. The appraisal is done by what the Internal Revenue Code calls a qualified appraiser. So there's certain credentials that we look for in order to accept that appraiser, and then there are certain qualifications for a qualified appraisal. So this is a different level of appraisal than you would think of typically. There are two values, the fair market value, and Typically, that's going to be highest and best use, and then the value of the property with the easement on it. So then the difference is the maximum potential compensation for the landowner. We call that easement purchase, and that can be a combination of cash and tax benefits. So during this process, there's a couple ways that the landowner can get an idea of what that value is. With the application, we have 5 different methods of determining that value, and there are 3 that are the most common. 1, they can pay for that appraisal. Now, again, this is a special type of appraisal. The average cost ranges from $5,000 to $8,000. Now, I mentioned about the AFT Roundtable, other state programs. Pretty much all the other programs in the United States require that appraisal. We do not have that because we see that as a $5,000 application fee for a competitive grant with no cost of return. So we don't want to have that barrier to application. But that's going to be the most accurate because that's what's going to be the final determination of value if you receive a grant contract. So that's option 1. Option 2 is using the tax card. Again, most of the properties that go through the program are in present use value. So you can receive an estimate based on the tax card, and it's really going to be that deferred value that we use as an easement purchase estimate. So again, depending on what county you're in, landowners are going to look at that card and say, that's not right. That's not reflective of the true real estate values on the high side typically. But again, that's no cost. It gets you on paper, and then we can handle the details later. The third option, we added this a couple years ago, and this is good for counties that are working on projects now. They can use an existing appraisal on a similar project and use that per acre value. So the rationale behind that is they're using that qualified appraisal. It's looking at the same deed restrictions. It's within the same county or within 50 miles of that property, and it gets them a baseline of a per acre value. Now, the big disclaimer is every appraisal is a case-by-case basis, so there's always going to be differences. But in our determination, we figured that would get us a little bit closer to the real number than pulling it off an estimate of the tax card. So those are 3 ways for landowners to get that value in the easement application. So, again, there could be some hurdles in that cost-wise to get the real number. But once you get into the process, that is something that will be required once you get into an open contract period.
The key is highest and best use, and we have in this county an AR designation for farmlands and low-density residential. That's majority of this land falls in that classification. Low density, you're looking at 30,000 square foot lots, 40,000 if it's an environmentally sensitive area. If you're looking at what its development potential is, it would be based on how many residential uses you could put in at that density. But, a lot of farmers say, well, highest and best use, they come here and they can put 8 units per acre on my farm and they can pay me a whole lot more money for it. But it's not in keeping with the zoning or land use plan. So what takes precedent here?
Well, typically, the appraisals that we see use a sales use comparison. So they're going to look at comparative sales of properties for that. Now, the appraiser is required to take a look at what the zoning designation is. And what we can do, we can provide the cumulative values of recent projects that have been completed in the region, so you kind of get that idea. But just going off the top of my head here, it would be for residential development in Johnston County. It's the same one. I reviewed an appraisal a couple weeks ago for one in Wake County, so that's what it was. So again, they're required to use one of 3 methods. All the ones that we've seen use a sales use comparison approach.
Okay, thank you, sir.
My mind is like just spinning the whole hour. But I think, also thinking ahead of communication that's already been talked about today, but then also our different partners. We've been so fortunate that in the last year that with our soil and water, Miss Annette has now moved full-time into a farmland preservation role. And so I'm excited to see the future, and that can lead into our planning session of how we can use different partnerships within our county and our resources to get this information out to landowners and to farmers that might be the ones that are leasing the land. I know a lot of the farmland in Johnston County is leased. So that way those farmers are the ones that are farming it. They may not be the ones that own it. So I'm excited to see how in our planning session for this afternoon and then possibly tomorrow, being able to use our different entities from Soil and Water, the FSA office that has this list of young and beginning farmers that are coming into the office that are wanting to farm and only need that 5 acres or that 10 acres to get started, but then also being able to, expand our partnerships with the tax office, with the PUV program, making sure that their land is in PUV to help save money, and the extension, and then also just other commodity groups here in the county. So I'm just really excited to see how we can use this information this morning into our planning session this afternoon, and then also tomorrow to be able to further those partnerships we already have established and being able to help communicate this information out, as kind of mentioned with Commissioner Stovall said, of helping answer questions that other people might have. So really excited about that.
I think, Mr. Hester, you had something you wanted to add? Yes, sir.
Yes, that was a great presentation, and I think I'm off. Thank you for the presentation. I just have one question on the easements. I know we hear about perpetual and then 10-year, right? Are those the two primaries?
No, so the 10-year, as it stands now,
Okay.
those are only for the enhanced voluntary agricultural
Okay.
districts, and those are actually conservation agreements.
Okay.
So it's not an easement. We do offer termed conservation easements through the grant program at 30, 40, and 50 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Davis, Mr. Vice Chairman? I know you have some things you'd like to add.
I did have 3 things. One, I will start, and I think you may be off the hook as far as answering questions, so you can relax a little bit. But I did want to comment, we'll go back to the cost of services. One thing that Dr. Dorfman said last year that it was kind of opening to me, we always hear agriculture's the cost of less. One thing he brought up, he said it doesn't move the needle on revenue, so it doesn't really move the needle either way. So when you just look at the cost side of it, I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer. But when you think about the revenue, because you've got stuff in PUV at $900 an acre, it doesn't move the needle on revenue. So just something is, and I'm waiting for our cost of services to see kind of where that factors into all of what we're looking at. The second thing is some of the programs. I had an opportunity to serve, thanks to Ms. Hicks back there, and speak at Farm Bureau annual conference with David Allen from Randolph County, and then also I can't remember if it's a cousin of Dan Wells, Terry Wells from Buncombe County. And so, and also had an opportunity with Helene. We took some supplies to Henderson County and got to know Rebecca McCall there, who's a commissioner, all commissioners. But one of the things that as we're looking at opportunities and trying to figure this out, I mean, we've got 3 resources thanks to connections with the NCACC to bring in and have discussions of how they worked. I know Buncombe County looked at it. They used a bond, I think it was $20 million, if I remember correctly, where they used it both farmland preservation and open space. So I think there's some things out there, some tools for the toolbox, as you mentioned, that we can partner with some of our fellow commissioners around the state who are suffering from the same problems we are and figure out ways to do it. But the enhanced, the EVAD program I was very interesting, so I'm going to see how that goes. But the one thing we heard a lot of with the 1, 3, 19 and all that, but and I'm going to echo a little bit what Commissioner Davis says. I'm going to tell you what we're number 1 in. And we've talked about land use, one of our priorities. Our county employees are one of our priorities. And when I compare our soil and water conservation folks, when I look at Greg Walker, DeWitt Hardy, hard to find anybody in the state who's been more involved in conservation easement. And then you throw Annette Adams in on top of that, who excels at whatever she does. I'm going to tell my friends I just talked about, but I would dare say that's the number 1 team in the state. And then I'm going to go over to Cooperative Extension to say the same thing with Mr. Spivey sitting in the back. I'm assuming he's still sitting in the back. But I think we have the number 1 team in Cooperative Extension in the state. So with those 2 resources, there really isn't any reason for Johnston County not to not be leading the pack on the stuff here. And then my final, and I guess I will say this too, that I know as part of the scoring program that the folks in Soil and Water Conservation, I'm sure with the cooperatives, have came up with a scoring system. We've identified prime farmland, and I think our GIS people are still working on having that on a layer on the GIS where we can take a look at that as we consider, property development. I think maybe we can factor that in there at some point. But the final thing I want to say is it's nothing but money. And we can't purchase all on our own. And again, I go back to the state level and the funding, the dollars available, and the federal level. And I think we had like $12 million in potential projects that we saw go poof. Just like that. So again, we need to talk to our folks in Raleigh and to our folks in DC to make sure they're funding these programs, and maybe something for high growth counties would be nice, but some way to look at that so that, again, I'll say it's a win-win situation where we can preserve farmland for generations to come, help with the development and manage that better than we have. But I think there's a lot of potential in this, and like I said, we have resources in Johnston County that are second to none, and then we have other connections thanks to our folks from NCACC that can help us pull this all together. So I'm excited, and to Commissioner Davis's point, I want to see where this winds up on our list of priorities.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, thank you very much. It was a great presentation, very informative, and a very important topic for our folks here in Johnston County. So thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
It is 11:03. We're going to take a break, and we will reconvene at 11:15 with a legislative update from Ms. Hicks, the Director of Advocacy and Policy for the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to reconvene from our break earlier this morning. And our next portion of the program today is the legislative update from Joy Hicks, the Director of Advocacy and Policy for the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. And we appreciate you being with us this morning. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Again, Joy Hicks. I am here with the association. This week marked my 1-year mark, but I have been a proud, long-time public servant. I have almost 25 years in total in state government service, but I am really enjoying being here at the association. I wanted a couple things today, and I'll move quickly through the beginning. I wanted you to see that the association's been hard at work building out our government relations team. So I want you to see who all's been in the building on your behalf. I want to pitch steering committees to you because a lot of what I was hearing you say that you're interested in are conversations happening in our steering committee. And so if you're a commissioner, we'd invite you to join one of those steering committees and come work alongside your colleagues and learn about some of these policy areas. I then want to talk about a General Assembly timeline and then two of the top topics that are taking up a lot of our bandwidth this interim. So jumping right in, this is our full complement of staff, and they have listed you'll hear a little bit from Catherine Moga Bryant. She is working with our chair, Commissioner Lauder, of our Tax and Finance Steering Committee. Tiffany Gladney.
I will say that's your favorite one, but you don't have to tell. I won't tell anybody else that. It's just our secret.
I mean, we do get to spend a lot of time talking about some of these hot topics. Tiffany Gladney has joined us, and she is our lead on education policy. Andrew Blackburn is our lead on health policy. So if you have questions on HR 1 implementation, Medicaid, Andrew is our lead. Josh Lanier is also new with us. He's an attorney. He's covering justice and public safety, emergency management, and elections. And then Diana Mangari is our project coordinator. She does some of our research and our, if you're setting up meetings with our staff, and she is providing a lot of that scheduling and support to our team. So I said I wanted to plug these quickly. Where we are in cycle, post-annual conference and the election of our new president, we then had our steering committee chairs elected, and you, county commissioners, we have 6 steering committees, and these are showing what the next topics are. And so I just wanted to plug for them. I heard you say IBTs, and you're interested in things. In the past, we're this year, in March, in Buncombe County, we're going to work on stream restoration. We're going to work on stream debris removal. We're going to have demoed the blueprint from DEQ on flood mitigation. And we're going to talk about IBT 101, what does a county commissioner need to know? And so we know these are hot topics. This is what we're going to do with DEQ. General government, I heard you say water sewer. We're talking about regionalization at the upcoming General Government Steering Committee. This past year, House Bill 694 passed, and it was all about regionalization, a requirement with the UNC School of Government to come in and look at regionalization. And it also, that same bill looked at doing away with some of the sub-basin delineations. And you all are probably very well aware, it also, with the Neuse Basin, changed the total maximum daily limit thresholds and how nutrient offsets are calculated. So I'll speed up because I thought those were the two that you might be interested in, but Health and Human Services continues to go down the road of looking at all things mental health, the justice and public safety. I know this has also been, because I know some of the representatives from this county have been very interested in vaping shops and what are the regulations and THC. We are on site in Guilford County looking at public health, telehealth innovations for our K-12 students there on March 24th. And then, as Commissioner Lauder said, the best steering committee, don't tell the other 6 chairs, is going to be meeting And we're going to be discussing sales tax and the counties. And so, as you know, that's very complicated. And so this is coming up in March. We'll then have our last round in June, coinciding with our legislative advocacy days. But we hope that you'll plug in and join us. This is an important year, as Kevin said. We're going to be going through our legislative goal-making process that kicks off in May, culminates in November with your votes to tell us what you want us to concentrate on this next upcoming biennium for the long session. So where are we right now? For those that are geeking out with me on General Assembly, you would know that we are right in the middle of long session still. And you say, what? They haven't come in. Well, actually, today they did come in. That was their pro forma requirement to come back in once a month. And they did that, and they adjourned till March 9th, so they cannot take a vote on anything until March 9th. But their adjournment resolution the resolution they passed back in September, allowed them to come in and take action if they wanted to once a month up until the beginning of April. And then they have a short break, and then we start short session. So short session begins April 21st. In the meantime, in addition to once a month where they could have a voting session, we don't anticipate it, but March 9th is post-primary election, and so that availability is there. We are in interim, and it's in these interim committees that we are seeing activity. And why are we seeing activity there? That's tradition, and for a bill to be eligible in short session, it either had to have made crossover, meaning the originating was a House bill, it had to have passed over to the Senate, vice versa, or it had to have a fee or an appropriation in it to remain eligible, or it could be an election bill. But very few requirements, and it's harder to introduce a bill in short session. In order to introduce a short session bill, it has to have those kinds of things in it, very limited fees and appropriations, or it can be a recommendation from one of these interim committees. And so that's what we're very interested in. Whenever you saw, for example, what we're going to talk about today, the House Select Committee on Property Tax Reduction and Reform, part of the call was to put out a report which then could be turned into legislation. And so we're going to continue to look at that. You can see some of our priorities, which I imagine are a lot of people's priorities, is trying to help in hopes that they will pass a full state budget. As you know, they're currently on a continuing budget, and they've been able to pass many budgets, which we were really thankful for because it covered things like natural disasters for Helene. But they haven't done that full-blown budget in a couple years. We're looking forward to that. We're also continuing to work with them on ongoing needs with Helene. And then, of course, the other topic we're going to talk about today is hoping to secure some funding on SNAP and Medicaid funding since our cost shares shifted with the federal government. So, first things first are the thing that's getting all the attention. And I will say a lot of these are slides that you may have seen, but if you haven't, these are some of the slides that we utilized in the General Assembly. And I will say, the thing that we are wanting to impress on folks right now, this is a great time for counties to educate folks on all the good things you're doing. And so we also have said, gosh, but when you've been to one county, you've been to one county. That's a phrase that my boss, Kevin Leonard, loves to use because every county is so different. And I give this as an example. I was meeting with a gentleman, a representative from out east, who covered both Hyde and Dare County. And I said, just look at those two counties. Hyde has one of the lowest property tax rates in all of the state. I think they're number 2. But then they are the highest when it comes to the tax burden for the per capita property tax. And so how do you then, and look at Adair, they're about middle of the road when it comes to that per capita. How do you think about tax policy that would not have unintended consequences, and it would not really throw off any county's budget when you're looking at tax policy. And so that's the thing we're trying to press. You would know, or your very talented tax assessor would know, what percentage of your property tax revenue is your general fund budget. But we surveyed about 70 counties, and it's approximately 61% went across the counties. And then you know what some of your biggest budget pressures are, where you hear from whenever you're putting together your budget. You're hearing a lot on, and this again, across 70 counties, education, public safety, and health and human services. And so we have been trying to impress upon people that a lot of these services that you're looking at are not discretionary. They're mandated. You're required to provide certain services for your populace. And so we've tried to categorize these so that folks could understand where these funding expenditures are happening. And then we've tried to explain to people, well, what happens if property tax revenues were capped or eliminated, greatly reduced. And we've said things like, it reminds them it would potentially cut your sheriff, your response times for your EMS, reduce your public health capacity, longer wait times for social services, and a lot of folks are having that deferred building repair capital needs. And so, again, just reminding folks, we do a lot of good things that a lot of times you take us for granted because of the services counties are providing every day. But how important property tax revenues are to continue to provide those, to provide the quality of life that Johnston County residents has come to expect. So we also have talked a lot about revals because one of the things that we know is that some of the pressures that we're facing in certain counties is that they are on an 8-year revaluation cycle. And so if you think about it, the world was a different place in 2018 versus if someone's getting ready to do a reval in 2016, there may be even more sticker shocks in areas, particularly some of our northeast counties that are getting pressure from Norfolk area. It's gonna be difficult, but we also know in those 8-year reval, a lot of them are small counties, and it's expensive. You know this because you have to budget for that reval, and it's hard for our counties to do that with more frequency with that expenditure. And so we're very sensitive to this issue, but this is something that's been talked about and questioned at the General Assembly. So here's our slide. We're very proud on this next talking point that in the last 3 years, it just so happened that 71 of our counties have revaled, and it was just the way the cycle worked. And in that time period, all 71 of you reduced your property tax rate. That's great. You guys are thoughtful. You're understanding that whenever you're going through revaluation and those market rates that are outside of your control are driving up prices of homes and properties in your county, you're looking at that, you're acknowledging that, and you are dropping your rates. That is important because there has been concern expressed by some of our legislators that indicated that they were concerned about runaway property tax rates and bills. And we've been taking extra time to say a lot of this is market driven. It's housing supply and demand. And then that rate is applied. But the county commissioners and their budget process is being thoughtful with those rate settings. We've also reminded the legislature that there are checks and balances in place. You guys are subject to an annual audit. You are in open meetings. You pass your budget in an open meeting, including publicizing that revenue neutral rate whenever you are in a reval year. That all is in General Statute 15911, that requires you to do those things. And so that is a public process, and your budget is definitely open to the public and receives debate with public input. We think those are all strengths of this process. By the way, we have also very kindly, and some other legislators that were former county commissioners, maybe more bluntly to their colleagues, have expressed, hey, all 100 counties are passing an annual budget, and they're doing it in this public process with all of this information. And so that's been an interesting point as well. And then, of course, we have reminded folks that you all are the elected county commissioners, that you all are responsive to your constituents, and that you all have to stand for elections. And so that has been a piece.
Joy, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
On that revenue neutral rate, when we talk about publishing that each time, does that or should it include a typical increase in the budget? I mean, it's ridiculous to say revenue neutral because we're never revenue neutral. We always go up. Every budget is higher than the previous year. So if we put out there an actual revenue, that's a misnomer, in my opinion. It ought to always include 4%, 5%, 6%, whatever is normal growth in the process. Does that make sense?
It does, but revenue neutral allows the increase of new construction. And for a county like yours, that revenue neutral doesn't mean just what amount of revenue you collected last year. It is reflective of the growth in your county to be able to provide the same level of services. And so that's why you see a budget growing every year in a county that is growing like gangbusters in a Johnston County. A couple of pieces, and the question I've gotten asked are, so what is the General Assembly considering? And what are some of those pieces that folks are talking about? Well, right up front, folks are starting to look at exemptions. One of the exemptions that I don't know that it's hit you all hard, but it's certainly hit your neighbor hard, Wake County, is something called low and moderate income housing tax exemptions. And that is an exemption that was in the charitable use exemptions that allowed folks to create affordable housing units or rental properties. That several years was a case that was litigated called the Blue Ridge case. And in that case, it started allowing for-profits to partner with a minority ownership of a nonprofit to receive, and this is one of the only exemptions that are in the law, 100% exemption for that property. And so you're seeing not Class A apartment complexes being new construction being built, you're seeing Class B and C being converted. Their business model, their LLC is all of a sudden getting a 1% to 2% nonprofit ownership, and they're converting it, and then they're coming to the county and they're claiming 100% exemption. We've provided recommendations on behalf of the association and on behalf of the counties, recommended language in hopes of closing that loophole. We know that there are a lot of counties that are really losing or foregoing a lot of revenue to that extent. We're going to continue working on House Bill 729. I don't know how you feel about 729, but that is the solar property tax exemption. You may know that both state and federal have ended their tax exemptions, but local government still has one. Last year, it cost Johnston County about $1 million of foregone revenue. But I also know that that is a touchy subject because that's maybe some ways that some of your farms are diversifying. But we have, there are a lot of counties, the top counties with their biggest foregone revenues are our Tier 1 counties. Edgecombe County is the biggest one. It's $2.5 million a year. You all have a much bigger budget than Edgecombe County, so they are one of 3 counties in the state that has a moratorium in place because they've been really concerned about the proliferation. I will say there are some farm groups and others who think that it is a competition for land rental rates, and it's just a conflict in some of the land use. But this is one of our top legislative priorities, and I'll just back up and say farmland preservation is one of our top legislative priorities. And so we've been really excited to partner with the Farm Bureau and the Department of Agriculture and others and have great conversations on this topic. But also in that top 5 is the elimination or the repeal of the solar property tax exemption. Another one that's really popular and one that you may hear a lot from your constituents, right now it's been discussed, is the homestead tax exemption. That, you know, is for your elderly, 65 and over, and or you're disabled. And that program has received a lot of criticism from our urbanizing or urban counties. And the reason is it's predicated on an average income. You cannot participate and receive the exemption if you make more than $28,100. Your per capita income here in Johnston County is about $52,000, so, and change. And so when you start thinking about thresholds and people that might qualify for that program, you could quickly see Wake County is a lot higher, Mecklenburg County a lot higher, so fewer and fewer people can qualify. So there are groups, and there was a handful of bills last year trying to work on things to try to either up the average income, or there's a marriage penalty. That's your combined salary is $28,100. So if you both make more than that, then you can't qualify for this program. And so I don't mean to get in the weeds, but I'm telling you that there are a lot of programs that are being looked at out there, in addition to things like looking at should we cap your levy limit, particularly in a reval year? Should we hold that to population plus inflation, population growth plus inflation? All of these things we are trying to maintain your flexibility and your decision-making as a county commissioner. If your county commissioner your board wants to make those decisions because that's good for your county, and that's what you want to do in your budgeting process, great. But we don't want that to limit everyone, because you all may have a 5-year capital plan that requires you to think through and increase above a revenue neutral rate based on the needs of your county. You may be a county like Guilford County that passed a voter bond that automatically says we're going to have to pay for this through a property tax rate. You may have a major economic development project coming through where you all are dedicating some tax changes to that project as well. And so there's many reasons why a county goes in, and the budget pressures that helps them choose the rate that they're looking at. And so all of this, we're going through the process, and we're very happy that Ms. Andrews helps us on a legislative goal committee from the county tax assessors, are working with our staff, with the School of Government and the Department of Revenue to come up with some recommendations of reform that would, again, preserve your authority, maybe give you some flexibility, and look at some ideas to present to both the House and the Senate. Because when I first put this slide together, we were just talking about the House, but as you know, about a week ago, the Senate Senator Berger appointed a 10-member working group on the Senate side. And so we understand they will not meet until the end of March. The House Select Committee meets again next Wednesday. I heard a couple of you mention what a phenomenal job Kevin did at the House Select Committee in February, representing the counties and the county association. We are not on the docket next Wednesday, but we understand that they're going to continue to work on some of the educational presentations. One of the things we think will be on that agenda is there was a study recently commissioned by the North Carolina Chamber on local government taxes, both sales and property. through the Tax Foundation. And if you look at taxfoundation.org, you'll see there the study that was commissioned. We believe that will be, again, along the lines of an educational presentation to that committee. We understand that committee, as charged, is going to be providing draft legislation. We intend to work with our county tax assessors and friends to try to put some reform ideas together too. We anticipate that may be coming through in the month of March, and when they meet again March 18th. And we will be working, no doubt, on this topic all a short session. I'll just keep rolling and given time, but I imagine y'all will have some property tax questions. The next one, HR 1, is the one big beautiful bill that, of course, was adopted last year. Just a refresher, we are one of 9 states that implement, I believe, excuse me, let me get it right. I think it's 9 that represent SNAP, 10 that represents Medicaid. I might have had that flipped, but in terms of the determination at the county level, all the other states shaded in gray are doing those determinations at the state level. And we think that our model is great because we know your county employees are closest to your constituents, and they know the communities and they know the folks, and we like it that way. HR 1, though, is going to give you some things to consider if you haven't already. And I'll just back up and say, we had a county manager call, and we had several hundred county managers, staff, budget officers call in and connect directly with DHHS to hear about some of these topics. And so we were grateful. We work hand in glove with DHHS. And so if your DSS director has questions, we'd be happy to help make those connectors too. But what did HR 1 do? You probably know this, but in case you didn't, it expanded the work requirements. Those work requirements have to be checked twice a year. And that means that they have to have so many hours of either working, volunteer hours, a waiver that they're providing in-home care. Those are the types of things that would help them be eligible for work requirements. And up that age, it used to be 55, now you have to continue to do this until you're 62. And so just the fact that you have to twice a year prove your eligibility, that is going to double the amount of paperwork and time that your county employees will be working on. In tandem with that, they changed the cost share from a 50-50 model to a 75-25, meaning 75, not them. 25 from the feds, 75 coming from the state, or in our case, the county. And so we're going to be working really hard to try to get the state to help pick up some of those costs. What does it mean, though? If we can't, or what it means to the state, whoever is paying it, non-federal, it's going to be a $69 million increase in admin costs. DSS, your DSS administrator should have gotten their number directly from DHHS, but I can tell you that your county increase for administration from this year to what you will have to account for in your budget, more than likely. And the reason is, we don't know that the legislature is going to be able to make action fast enough for it to be in place before you have to publish a June 1 budget. If they do, though, it's $1.3 million. That's what's going to hit Johnston County just on the SNAP administration total. That is a year. That is not what your base is. That is what the increase is. And that number DHHS provided. And by the way, that's not 4 quarters. That's 3 quarters. So it'll be even a little bit higher in the next budget cycle. But that is definitely hitting in this 26-27 fiscal year, and it's something that you'll have to be aware of when you're going through your budget cycle. again, we're hoping that the General Assembly will help us and hold harmless counties in this. In addition to that, that's just the administration costs. This $420 million in additional increase in SNAP cost share comes from, in part, the HR 1 included a penalty for error rates. And we, the state, are currently at about a 7% error rate. HR 1 requires you to be at a 6% error rate. Your DSS staff and statewide have been working so hard to bring those error rates down. We are advocating, one of the things we're going to be doing, if any of you all are going to NACO, the legislative conference in a couple weeks, we're going to be going to the Hill United asking for the congressional delegation to delay implementation, not eliminate it, delay it so that we can have the staff in place, we can have the training in place, and we can have the funding right. Because the legislation, federal legislation has been passed. Our job is to implement it, but if we do not have those things in place in a way that we can implement it successfully, our error rates are going to cost the state even more money. And so we're working with our state legislature and we're working with our congressional delegation to ask for a delay in implementation so we can get it right. And lastly, that's just the SNAP side of the equation. It's also going to increase us on the Medicaid with administrative increases as well. And so some of these concerns for counties we've already talked about. Anytime you're starting a new program with new requirements, it's a learning curve. I already hit the fact that there's a lack of funding for administration and that new cost share, that our county budget requirements don't line up necessarily with the state or federal budget, and state pressures for counties to cover cost of benefit expenses. We're concerned that if we continue or have some counties that are having high error rates, will the state try to penalize us, not just the feds? And then lastly, there's been more conversations, and I would not couch this, I would just say the question has been asked, why are we one of the few states that have it at the county level versus at the state level when it comes to redetermination? We've expressed very kindly that the states that have tried to go from a county model to a state model has cost tens of millions of dollars and taken multiple years, that it's not a panacea for trying to reduce an error rate. In fact, we think it would interject a lot of confusion at a time when the federal government has just changed the requirements. And so we're very much indicating that we like the model that we have. So again, I've already mentioned, we're going to be working with our federal delegation and seeking timeline flexibility. We've already gotten really good feedback from several of our senators and congressmen that they are supportive of this and they understand why it's important to North Carolina. We would appreciate y'all's contacts and feedback to that same vein. And we know that, I already mentioned that we're seeking state funding. And so we're just trying to make sure that we're connecting you to answer all your questions with DHHS and that you have the information you need going into this budget cycle. But we also want to make sure that we can serve as that connector if there are counties that are doing things in an innovative way. We want to share that as well. And so I will stop there and see if there's any questions.
Anyone have any questions for Ms. Hicks?
No, but a line from the movie Forrest Gump comes to my mind when Forrest Gump says, "Sometimes there just aren't enough rocks."
Okay, anything else?
I did have one question. On the homestead exemption, or is that is a state program? It's not a county administered in any way? Okay, I had a constituent that asked me that, and I was thinking that was right, but she was letting me know that it was not, but I wanted to make sure. This is why we brought you, Jocelyn.
I have a purpose. So it is a state program is legislated, and, it's in the statutes. However, it is up to each county to basically to accept the application, to review it, accept it, deny it, whatever, and then you go through. If it is denied, then they have their normal appeal process that goes up to the state. So, but it comes through each individual office for that purpose.
Okay.
If I might could add, though, for that, it's exactly right. There is a uniformity clause in the state constitution that we have to treat each class the same. And so there are a lot of folks who've said, what if we tweak the uniformity clause so that if you wanted through a ballot initiative, or if that Johnston County could say, I want to provide an enhanced level over a state base. Those kind of conversations have happened, and different models for trying to tweak the Homestead Act have been run by attorneys at the General Assembly, and most of them end up getting flagged by that uniformity clause. And so we know that there's a lot of interest out there for this population, and disabled veterans. That's another population that folks are very interested in helping.
All right. Any other comments, questions?
I was just going to comment that thank you for the information with HR 1, because, and like I said, with the lack of the state budget, we've had a lot of requests about positions that are in jeopardy with the county level, with SNAP and Medicaid, that are with DSS and the Department of Health. So it definitely echoes what you were saying, and the importance of a need of passing a state budget and figuring it out, because we've got a handful of employees that are trying to decide whether or not their job is going to be here or not for July 1. So very applicable in real life situations that are happening in the county with the effects of what you were talking about.
All right.
So I did have one more thing. Make sure Bryant's still back there. Since I was so complimentary of Bryant and him, again, I want to say we got the best people. When I look at our tax administrator and her staff, I dare say I'll go somewhere and find one better. I'll probably be looking a long time. So we are blessed to have Jocelyn and her staff with us. And I'll turn to this side and say, Kevin and I have had conversations over the last 3 years about the Legislative Affairs Committee, and I'll say issues, and I think they were more related to lack of full staffing. So now that we have full staff and excellent people, we had excellent people to start with, but now that you have a full staff, I can already see in the short term, and it's been a year, the difference. So I'm looking forward to continuing y'all to provide that information and be Johnny on the spot, because I know when they're in session and things are rolling, there are a lot of, we get it at the last minute. Of course, you get it at the last minute, but being able to communicate that to us so we can in turn reach out to our senator and our representatives to make sure they understand where we're coming from. But I really do appreciate, where we've come since our conversation started and where we are now. And I'll throw Catherine back in there too. She's part of that. So.
All right, anything else? Thank you very much. You did a great job. Very good information for us to contemplate and consider. We are running right on time, so at this point, just while we break for lunch, Brian with Johnston Community College has offered to give some short tours of the facility if anybody would like to take a look around. It is quite an impressive facility, and we're very proud of it. At this point, we'll break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1 p.m. And pick back up with Johnston County data by the numbers. So thank you. Welcome everyone back from our lunch break. We're going to start off with Johnston County by the numbers, but we've got Dr. Vern Lindquist here, president of Johnston Community College, and he'd like to give us an opportunity to say a few words. And Dr. Lindquist, we're happy you're here with us, and thank you for letting us use this facility this morning to meet in.
Well, you're very welcome to be here, and of course, since you guys did pony up some of the money for this, I think you've got the right to use this room whenever you like. It's a great facility, and it's one of the many things we have to thank the Johnston County Commissioners for. The college gets a lot of support from the county. Our relationship is solid. We appreciate the trust that you put into the college, and you show that trust in real ways. Finding the money for the new site in Four Oaks, in Clayton. We have so many new buildings. I don't know where they all are. Is really tremendous. We're gonna start working on that as well. But the support we get for our capital projects, the support we get to help us offer competitive salaries to recruit and maintain faculty and staff, puts us as a college in a very strong position to continue to be a positive economic driver for the county. So we are proud you chose the Four Oaks building here to have your meeting. We're glad to support you in any way, and we are very, very grateful for the positive relationship that we have with you. So thanks for being here. I hope the rest of the day is very productive.
Thank you so much for your comments. We are truly proud of the community college. It's a great asset, and thank you for your leadership and your team. You really do an extraordinary job in giving our students and citizens opportunities to advance into different careers, and it really shows, and we really appreciate it very much. All right, we'll go back to our regular schedule with Johnston County by the numbers. Catherine Moga Bryant, from the Director of Fiscal Policy and Research from the Association. Welcome this afternoon. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is so nice to be here today. I'm Catherine Moga Bryant, Director of Fiscal Policy and Research at the Association of County Commissioners. And I am also really super excited to be here in this building today. I spent a good bit of my career in workforce policy for the state of North Carolina, so I've seen a number of amazing facilities across the state, but this one is by far the coolest. So super excited to be here today with all of you. All right, I have been with the association a little over 3 months, and this is my very first county presentation. So you guys can feel great that you are the first, and once I'm famous across the state for these presentations, you can be like, we saw her first. So thank you for having me today. So just a little bit about what I plan to cover today. We're going to talk a little bit about some demographics in the county, how it's changed, what the future looks like, talk a little bit about the economy and the workforce. If I'd known we were going to be in this fabulous building, I probably would have put in some more things in there. And then everybody's favorite, or maybe not so favorite topic these days, we'll talk a little bit about taxes. So let's dig in. The estimated population for Johnston County in 2026 is 260,421 people. That's an increase of 20% since 2020. So in 6 years, the population has grown by 20%. That means that today there are 43,516 more people in Johnston County than there were at the beginning of the decade. And so I was kind of curious. I was like, well, let me go back and look at some more historical numbers for Johnston County. And in 2000, at the beginning of the century, there were 123,000. So the population has more than doubled in the last 26 years. And I thought, well, let me go back a little farther. So I went back to 1970 census. There were 61,737 people in Johnston County in 1970. So in 56 years, there's seen tremendous growth in the population in Johnston County. I, of course, don't need to tell any of you this, but I found this quite interesting as I was looking into this. Johnston County is the third fastest growing county in North Carolina by percentage. So there are 2 other counties that grew by percentage a little bit faster. When you look at the number of people that have grown in Johnston County. You're fourth in terms of the numbers. So you've got Wake and Mecklenburg and Brunswick County ahead of you in terms of the number of people that have moved into the county. And Johnston County is the 9th largest county in North Carolina. So I thought it'd be interesting to look at what does the population look like? So a couple little stats. The median age in Johnston County is just about 38 years old. And in North Carolina, it's a little over 39. So about the same as the rest of the state, a little bit younger, but really pretty consistent. And just breaking it down a little bit more to look at the different age groups, 23% of the population is under 18, 9% 18 to 24, that kind of college age population. 25 to 44 is 26%, 45 to 64, 27%, and you can't see it on here. I don't know what happened to it, but the 65 and older population is 15% of the population. And again, it's fairly consistent with North Carolina as a whole. But one thing that I thought was interesting is about 53% of the population is that prime working age, that 25 to 64. Those are the folks that are going to be going to work every day, earning a living and bringing home money to support their family. And again, it's pretty consistent with the rest of North Carolina. Looking at the different age groups, Johnston County does have the 12th largest population of 0 to 17. So more younger people in Johnston County than in many other counties in North Carolina. And today, it has the 8th lowest population of 65 plus. So 91 counties have a higher percentage of their population in that 65 and older category. So you do have younger folks, and you do have fewer older folks in your county. All right, so now I want to turn to what might the future hold. I looked into my crystal ball and also checked the census, and it is projected that you will add another about 117,000 people by 2050. It would be about a 45% increase from where you are today, and you will continue to be one of the fastest growing counties in the state. If you look at that age divide among in Johnston County and what it might look like going forward. And again, this is to 2050, so 24, 25 years from now. This is what they are projecting. I thought this would be quite interesting for you to think about as you're thinking about your services and your budget and what the future looks like in Johnston County. So on the far right, that very tall bar, that is the 65 and older. It is projected to double in the next 25 years. So adding 38,000 new residents in that age group. On the other end, your age 0 to 17 is projected to grow about a little over 40%, but still adding 24,000 people into that age group. Again, your working age population, that 18 to 64, kind of growing between 35 and 40-ish percent. So that's pretty even in those areas. But that 65 plus is really projected to grow quite a bit. All right, so now a couple of things about the economy and the workforce. So this chart is quite dramatic. We've all seen it before. Obviously, the unemployment rate really skyrocketed during the pandemic, and it reached a high of 10.8% in April of 2020. It came down almost as quickly as it went up, not quite, but it did come down. And since January of 2022, so over the last 4 years, the unemployment rate has really hovered between 2.6 and 3.6%, which is really quite low. It's a very great unemployment rate. It means that there's probably lots of jobs that are open and available for people to move into, to switch jobs, to start new careers, to move up in their career. So really fantastic. And it stayed about the same as North Carolina's rate. You can see kind of the ups and downs are very similar. It looks like a nice little ocean wave there. But it continues to be below, the unemployment rate continues to be below the North Carolina rate. Looking at income, the median household income in Johnston County is $83,000 per year. In North Carolina, it's about $72,000. So about a $10,000 difference in median household income between Johnston County and North Carolina. Some really good, obviously some great paying jobs here in the county, allowing people to earn a really excellent living. And so looking back over time, the median household income has increased by 67% since 2010. So back in 2010, it was almost $50,000, 2020 about $60,000, and in 2024 it was $83,000. That's a pretty big increase, but we have to think about these are not inflation adjusted dollars. So what you could buy in 2010 with $49,000 is not what you can buy today with $49,000. So I did a little calculation and looked at what it would look like if it was an inflation adjusted dollars. And it was quite interesting that 2010 to 2020, there was a little bit of an increase. It was about 4% increase in income in those 10 years. But between 2020 and 2024, it's a 21% increase in median household income. So it's clearly a very growing, dynamic, vibrant county with a lot going on and some really great jobs available here. All right, education. Education is one of the key factors that helps determine those income levels. The more education you get, the more jobs that are open and available to you, the higher salary you can earn. So in Johnston County, 41.6% have earned an associate's degree or higher. A little lower than North Carolina as a whole, which is at almost 46%. If we break this down into a bit more detail, 58% of the population has a high school degree or less in Johnston County. 12.7% an associate's degree, and 28.9% a bachelor's degree. Now, I will say that this census data doesn't include those certificates or credentials that someone might earn at a place like this that are very valuable for a lot of jobs in our state. And so these numbers, they would probably show up in that high school degree or less for a lot of folks because it's a category that the census calls some college, no degree. So that could be somebody who maybe took a class at a community college. Maybe they got a credential, maybe they didn't. Maybe they started a university degree but weren't able to finish for whatever reason. But it doesn't capture the number of people who have these very in-demand credentials. And if you look at, so my slides looked a little different back at the office, but anyway, I think you can still see the trends of these different bars, but the darker green is 2010, the yellow is 2024, and you can see that the percent of the population that has less than a high school degree or even just a high school diploma has gone down over the last 14 years, which is a great trend. The some college, no degree has stayed pretty consistent over that time period. And you can see the three categories of associate's degree, bachelor's degree, and graduate or professional degrees are all going up. So a greater percentage of the population with these degrees that helps qualify for more jobs. All right. Taxes, everybody's favorite topic. Soon becoming very quickly my favorite topic, or not. So first, sales tax. This is a chart that shows the total sales tax by year for the last 15-ish years. 20 years. And it's a really good indication of the overall economy. You can see that first little dip at the beginning, which is related to the elimination of the Article 44 sales tax. But since then, the sales tax revenue has gone up fairly consistently. And you can see that, again, a sign of a great, thriving economy with it continuing to increase. So that was the annual sales tax. I went back and looked at the monthly sales tax for the last couple of years. And it's kind of crazy. It looks a little bit like a heartbeat going up and down like that. A lot of variation from month to month. But the red dashed line shows the trend. And so you can see that that trend of increased sales tax has continued the last 2 years and continues to go up. All right, property tax. So you saw this slide earlier in Joy's presentation, just to give a little bit of statewide context that Joy mentioned earlier. 71 counties, including Johnston County, did a revaluation in the last 3 years. The property taxes in North Carolina, property values in North Carolina have gone up tremendously in the last several years especially. So looking at property values across the state, they were increasing about 5% each year. When you looked at all the counties, those that did reval, those that didn't do reval, when you put them all together, it was about a 5% increase every year until the last 3 years. And then it was 16%. And then it was 11%. And I don't have the data for this year just yet. Department of Revenue is still calculating, but I am guessing that that total value of property in North Carolina has continued that higher level. Property values have just really, really increased since the pandemic. Some of it's because more people are moving in, people moved out and bought second homes during the pandemic. Our economy is thriving. We're one of the best states to live in. These are all great things. These are all great things for North Carolina, it's great things for Johnston County. But it does mean that property values have gone up. But the interesting thing is that in all 71 of these counties, as Joy mentioned earlier, every single one of those counties lowered their tax rate, even though they could have kept their tax rate where it was, kept it consistent, and collected a lot more money. Not a single of these 71 counties did that. They all were very thoughtful about the amount of money that they needed to meet their budget needs, to provide those essential services to their citizens, and they all lowered their rate. So this is Johnston County, and looking at the total property value over the last 7 years, it has increased by 77%. That is revals, but it is also new growth. These are new buildings, new purchases, change in different ownership. But the property values have gone up 77% in the last 7 years. And in talking with Jocelyn during the break earlier, we know I don't have the 25-26 data just yet. That hasn't been released from the Department of Revenue yet. But there was a 70% increase, as you know, between the 2025 and the last reval in 2019. So I imagine this chart will continue to increase. When we look at the county levies, so this is the amount collected in Johnston County, it hasn't gone up quite as sharp as that last chart. It has gone up, but you can see it's fairly flat those last 3 years, despite the fact that that inflation has continued to go up and that there are more mandated services that have to be provided. And if you look at the percent change from the prior year, in terms of the dark green is the property value and the lighter green is the county levy, you can see that in 23-24, the value of property went up 6%, but the county levies only went up 1%. And in 24-25, the values went up 5%, but the levies only 2%. So again, even though there's been this tremendous increase in property values and new growth, the levies the county is being very thoughtful about its tax rates and the amount of money it needs to meet its budget's needs. Now, the other thing that we've been thinking about and talking about a lot, and Joy mentioned it earlier, was the exemptions. There are, I think, 40 pages in general statute about the properties, the type of properties that are exempted or excluded or deferred. And there are a lot of them. And looking at, this is just Johnston County, the value of properties that is exempted, excluded, or deferred was really fairly flat, increasing a little bit until 24, 25. And then last year, it really took a very sharp upward turn. So a 79% increase in the value of properties that have been exempted or excluded or deferred in one way or another just in the last year. That's property, that's value that's taken off of the tax rolls is not able to be taxed. And looking at this a little bit more in depth, I was curious to see, well, what were those properties? Why were they exempted? And so I've categorized them into a couple of different categories. You can see government, education, charitable. They all were right around 50% increase. And again, this is just since last year. Religious, a little bit less. Builder's inventory, a little bit higher. But what really, really struck me was 168% increase in the value of the present use value, your agricultural land, just in the last year. And 100% increase in the homestead, the properties that fell under that Homestead Act. So quite a big jump in a lot of those exemptions, which has a pretty significant impact on your property tax, the amount of money that you are able to collect in property tax. We've heard a lot about the low-income properties. That is really growing in a lot of your neighboring counties, especially Wake County. That's one where we're trying to help create some new, help tighten up that legislation a little bit in hopes to keep that a little bit more in line with the intended purpose in that legislation. So yep.
And I want to make sure my Clemson math is working. So on the PUV.
Yep.
So the value, the fair market value went way up, but the assessed value stayed at 900 or whatever that was. Is that what's happening?
Based on these numbers, it does appear that, I'm assuming from this, because I don't know exactly where, you got, I think from the TR1s or something of that sort
from the
revenue.
AB 50. Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming that's the value has gone up by 168% because the actual, as we all know, the taxable value has basically not changed in many years.
Yes, this
Well, that's
is
what I was wondering when it said exemptions. I mean, so if the value went up, you're basically taking nothing off the bottom of it, so it could be roughly the same, that it went up 168% less.
Unless they're assuming from that would have been the market value that went up 168%.
Well, I'm thinking, well, that's what
And
I'm saying.
I don't know.
You got a
I'm
big
not sure.
number, and you're taking a little
I know.
number off of it, so if it's not a 160, it may be 165 or 160 or something, so.
Right.
Okay,
So this is the value that is deferred.
right.
Yeah. So there's a 168% increase in the value that's deferred. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there's more farms or more farmland or more farm equipment. It just means that the value of those farms and the deferred amount, so there is increased by 168%.
And the builder's inventory was because of legislation that changed that.
All right, so that is all that I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Catherine on the numbers?
Nope, my head hurts.
All right, hearing none, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Very informative.
Yeah, I think I need to sleep on those, and maybe tomorrow you'll have some questions on that.
All right, with that being said, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is the survey results and priority setting. We'll turn it over to Amy Cannon and Neil Emery to lead us in that discussion. We appreciate it very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Great to be back. We even got a Christmas ornament out of it. So.
How about that?
And the tour, so we had a great tour. Very impressive facility. I wondered, when this started, I was wondering what it was. I didn't know if it was a Harley-Davidson dealership or whatever. Then all of a sudden, no. Great facility, very impressive. And we appreciate being back. And Amy and I were talking about as a manager, these are things you actually enjoy, talking about issues and things you've dealt with over the years. But our role here is, in this portion, is to review our survey results. And we thank you all for your willingness to participate. And by the sheer amount of results we had, we know we have a passionate board here that's passionate about the county, and you can see that in the results. I wish I could tell every county when we asked some of these same questions, we got the number of results we got from Johnston County Board. And we thank you for that, because that makes their job easier. But what we want to do is review those results and allow you as individuals, as we go through these, to clarify anything you want to as regard to if it's a response you've given, or if one of your fellow commissioners needs some clarification about just what's your point. We're going to allow you to ask that question and get some clarification in that regard. And then we want to try to identify what things are possible for this agenda for us to have time to talk about as we look through these things. So we're just going to go back and forth and review these quickly. Again, ask for those who may have submitted it to clarify, or any questions you may have as we walk through these. Make sure you hit the right button. Whoop.
I had a question.
Wrong button. Yes.
I haven't been doing anything with my sticky notes. Do you?
Anyone else have sticky notes?
I think you got more sticky notes than I had notes. That's in
There we go. Okay. I got you.
Nothing like good procrastination there.
Thank you. Anyone?
Or maybe stimulating discussion.
Are we
today.
clear on the sticky notes now?
Yeah.
No, but our first category, and we're going to do this by category of those things you responded to, and the first is communication. And what struck me is how much of your conversation this morning has been about communication. But then with Catherine's numbers, you start seeing as more and more people move in, these are people coming into the county that don't know the county, they don't know the background of the county. How many of your residents are new, weren't born here? And with that comes challenges of communicating with these new residents as well as your old residents. So it's just interesting to how much it struck me about how much is discussion of communication. And the first ones here are short-term, and there's a number of these, so we're going to try to move along through them fairly quickly just to spell them out for you. Is to refine the board's public information protocols in regards to how you communicate, include measurable metrics in press releases, providing support for board decisions, develop more inclusive methods of conveying facts. We've touched upon the fact of the loss of local media, and it's now fallen to the county to communicate a lot of things that you may have used the media for in the past, and it falls to the counties. And then to implement a dashboard project. And I'm going to pause there and ask for those who may have submitted any of these to clarify, or any additional points you want to make to your response at this point on these items that we're looking at here. Anybody? Those who may have submitted these?
I got my suspicions.
I'm pretty sure I know who they are as well.
No, I think, we've already talked about it a lot today, but just making sure that we're literally meeting people where they are, and whatever that means, to make sure that everyone does feel like they have a voice that's being heard by their local government.
Okay.
And so, I don't want to drag us through the weeds, but in figuring out what are some actual methods that may be working in other counties, especially other rural counties where, they don't have incredible award-winning PIO teams. Clearly, they're getting the message out somehow. What are they doing? And is it honing pigeons and letters in the mail, or is it a social media campaign, newsletter campaign? I would just love it for us to talk through how do we get our own information? And then those that we know, how are they getting it? So I just kind of wanted to give direction to our PIO staff. I don't want to hear them getting beat up for lack of communication when we have to figure out where the people are. When we're putting out 12 posts a day and sending out newsletters and emails and sunshine lists, we're clearly communicating, but where is that communication falling and where are we lacking?
Talk about that strategy, how to get there. What struck me in your numbers was how young a county you are. So you're mainly dealing with a lot of young families with young children, and they're busy, and they don't have time to go in depth and things.
Yep.
So you got to meet them where they are.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to echo. Whenever I saw the stats, whenever it was like all your millennials. And so you feel like most of the time, whenever you are putting something out on Facebook or social media or wherever, or a newsletter, is then taking the time to, one, read it, open it up, and then also our wonderful algorithms that happen in social media, whether or not it's in their newsfeed or not. And if they think it's applicable, then it'll keep on showing up. But if they just like the page, but then they never, communicate with it, then it's going to disappear. So I think we've got all the avenues, but just trying to figure out, again, to tap into, again, those demographics. They're moving here, they've got kids, is busy, they're trying to figure out, okay, where's my school? I'm trying to get my kids enrolled in school, trying to figure out how to, do activities, all the extra things that now they've moved here, but then also government is part of whenever they move here, besides paying their taxes, what else, how else can we get them involved in a part of the decision-making that is happening here today?
So I get a sense that's a topic we want to explore further before we get too deep into it, but Commissioner Stovall.
Since I got some serious side eye when this came up, I'll own this. They look like my suggestions. But I think ideally, from my perspective, I'm a big fan of transparency. And I think that we need a level of public engagement such that the general public, when they see decisions being made, they feel like these are decisions that have been done with them as opposed to being done to them. And they have a much better understanding of it. They may not like the decision, but they understand the necessity if you explain it to them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would just add to it, I mean, last year we went through and looked at everybody's strengths, and so I think this is what makes this board good. I'm thinking more technical things and other stuff, and we've got folks thinking, which makes me think, and when I see people attend like we had at the UDO public hearing and we didn't see it, and well, it's here and here and here and here, why didn't you see it? And as I think Commissioner Stevens said, we need to meet them where they are, and I think that's the hard part as we're seeing growth, is there's a lot of places they could be. But I mean, to me, this I love this because this shows the diverse thought in the board, and we cover a lot of things. Not all of us cover everything, so we've got people who cover different things, and we get it all covered together.
Continuing that same realm of short-term communication, Commissioner Stovall just mentioned the word transparency, and finding ways to enhance disseminating information. But another piece in here, there's a desire to try to educate the citizens on the complexities of county government. And that's another area of potential public information avenues, is to help them better understand it. Going back to what Commissioner Stovall says, if they have a better understanding, they may better accept the decisions that the board makes. Also evaluating other avenues, and that was mentioned this morning. One different comment in this area was increasing communication with town executive officers. So that was another piece of this as well. Any thoughts or additional feedback about these other short-term pieces to communication?
I love y'all's feedback of what you see throughout the state, to the point Commissioner Stovall made about transparency. We walk a fine line with having too many opinions, but also making sure everybody wants to feel heard. And so I would love to see some examples of what type of resources they use. We hope everybody tunes in on YouTube every time we have a meeting, but then we also recognize that a lot of our meetings seem very housekeeping or high level. And so not only meeting people where they are, but speaking to them in a language that they understand so that they do feel like a UDO is a great example of where a lot of people felt like it applied to them and other people had no idea that it applied to them. And so maybe I would love to hear, what y'all see from around the state of maybe some things that are working in that regard.
I will say this, that I think every county is struggling with finding the most broad way of communicating with citizens. I mean, Neil just mentioned folks are very, very busy today, more so than we were years ago, and it's very difficult, especially without newspapers, because 20 years ago, everybody had a newspaper dropped off at their door before 5 a.m., and that's just not the case today. So we see more and more counties adding public information folks. The association has also started with video and Kevin through different means, LinkedIn and other areas. So I think it is being creative and finding those avenues that you believe are also helpful. And one of the other things that I've seen is counties have a Citizens Academy, and I don't know if you have that here in Johnston County, but that is a part of educating citizens. Usually they're 6 or 8 weeks long, one night a week. And I've seen several counties, large and small, that hold those Citizens Academies. That also prepares citizens who may be interested in being on an advisory board, that type of thing. So that's an avenue.
Amy, you talk about education. Perhaps part of that needs to be educating the voters, educating the general public about their responsibilities. When you say a lack of transparency, that almost sounds like we're trying to hide something. But when you put it out there in numerous venues and nobody takes advantage of it, I agree, you got to meet them where they are, but they have a responsibility too in this democratic republic to educate themselves on what's going on and go to those sources and look for it. I realize that we can't make that happen, but I hope the general public, before they criticize too much, realize they have a responsibility to be aware of what's going on.
It's true.
I do think the educational process is important, and I think that probably a good portion of it is just the lack of understanding how the process works. And the example that comes to mind is when we had the public hearing on the UDO. That's a good example. A lot of people come in with the thought that we are forcing something on them, when in reality we're having a public hearing. We want to hear how this is going to affect you. We're seeking your input. We're not forcing something on you. We want to know, and so I think by taking that approach and saying, hey, when you see a public hearing, it's to get your input. It's to understand how this is going to affect you and your family, which may be different than someone else in the county. So, having that exchange of information, and I think our board does a good job individually of meeting with the public and talking to them. I know we're all on the phone and going out and meeting with different groups and talking with different people, but we can always do more. I know the transparency level is the best I've seen it. Can we come up with different ways to continue that? Yes, I would even love to see the county at some point even have a podcast maybe or something like that. I know we've just started the monthly newsletter, which has a lot of good information in there too. But and I agree with Mr. Godwin. Sometimes I have to bear the responsibility myself to read the stuff when it comes out, and so. But I think we've got a lot of work to do in that. But I think we've made a lot of progress in that realm as well.
I have to tell this on education, we use the word educate the public. I always remember having a public hearing about an issue and the older gentleman stand in the back, and I made the mistake as a young manager saying, we want to educate you about this issue, and he raised his hand and said, son, I don't need you to educate me, I need you to inform me. I always took that one away. But it is important to keep the citizen informed of what's going on and what it's about. The next is long-term and sort of changing the approach about emphasizing citizen participation in county decisions through advisory boards. I know you have a number of advisory boards now, but it seems that one of those is maybe expand that in regards to issues, prioritize boards with greatest potential for achieving county goals, the review the appointment criteria, reasonable term limits, maintain trust and transparency as county grows. So the sense I get here is of expanding our input from the public, whether it be through advisory boards or whatever. So is there thoughts or expand upon or? Yes, sir.
This is one that's near and dear to my heart. We have citizens that out there that, let's say we've got about close to 30 boards that we appoint people to. They go across the spectrum, but these boards are getting more and more critical. You look at the way we're growing, like the planning board. You look at the economic development, you look at airport, things like that that have a great deal of impact on what we're doing. But we got some boards that've got statutory requirements, credentials you got to have. Some boards don't have no requirements, but you have an application process. We've got some cases where our county policy is that you serve 2 terms, then anything beyond that, you need a waiver to continue serving on the board. Well, if no one else applies, then you automatically get a waiver if you want to serve. I'd like to see more people apply, but they've got to understand what the board does, first of all. Then you get people that do apply when you have a dearth of applicants, and basically all this is, well, I want to learn more about this particular area. Well, hopefully, if you're going to be on the board, you already know something about it, and you can bring input to it. But if we don't have people changing over on these boards with some degree of regularity, then we don't get any new ideas coming in. And we don't get more informed people out there in the citizenry to understand that role and how that affects the decisions made at the commissioner level. So I see making an effort to try to increase that participation, inform the public what these appointments are, what's expected of you if you want to apply. And I think that we should see more interest from the community to do that. I've talked to a lot of people, don't you want to apply to this? No, I don't. I said, why? And they said, well, I'm never going to get on there. I said, why not? I said, well, you got to know somebody to get on there. And I said, no, you don't. Well, that's a perception that exists out there with some citizens. I think we need to dispel that and demonstrate that's not the case. Or they say, well, so-and-so's been on there for a dozen years or so already. It's got nearly 10 waivers. I think that in order to build understanding and trust, we've got to leverage these boards more in that direction.
Okay. Anything else on this one before we, now, of course, communications is, I see it as very important and near and dear, so we're going to have that further discussion when we get to those goals you want to develop. But this is just a chance to review the input we received from you, and so we'll come back to this, but just wanted to, so if there anything else on that at this moment?
I'll say one thing. Those people that are serving on these advisory boards need to participate. If they don't, we need some method to quickly exit those folks for their own good and for the board's good.
For the good. Okay. Amy?
So the next category is county facilities and infrastructure. And as you may recall from last year, you spent a lot of time prioritizing your capital improvement projects. So there were additional information from your feedback. The one, let me make sure I didn't skip forward. Okay. How do I move backwards? Okay. You're right. Thank you, Kevin. Okay. So establish solid priorities for facility expenditures. And so there was a desire to complete the CIP, hopefully in 2026, move the new county campus forward with purpose and transparency, advance the site work at the new campus, but also in 2026 to select the initial DSS project delivery method. So a lot of comments around the county campus. Is there anything here that needs to be clarified or are there any questions, additional thoughts?
I was going to say, I think some of those are mine, if not all of them. But I think for us, we have started the CIP, and I think we were close to formalizing that, so I think that may be a work in progress that we can have, but I think that would be very helpful, much like our utilities CIP, that we have that. And I think we've come a long way in the last year on that. But at the bottom, the selected delivery method, I know we've talked with our designer, and I don't know where that decision point's got to be made. I don't know if that's this year. I'm thinking maybe it is, but we need to figure that out pretty soon on that. So at least my thoughts. I didn't do the second one, but I like it. And then and I don't know who did the first one, but is that the actual facility, the cost of building them, or is it the ongoing operation and maintenance on that, on the facility expenditures? I mean, I think we need them both. We've got, and I think that'll get better as the design becomes more complete, but I didn't know if that was more on the operation side of things, which I do want to add. We didn't say this earlier, but we have started the assessment, facilities assessment, that we've, I'll say we borrowed something from the school board where they had done it for their facility. So I think that falls right in line with what we're going to do with our new facilities.
So you're using that facility assessment to help build the CIP. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that was what we would want to do.
I'd like to add something to the communication side of this. We've got an aggressive facility plan, and the DSS building, you're looking at close to $100 million just for it alone. We're not even talking about the rest of the campus. And we know it's needed. We've stated that it's needed because we've got literally employees sitting in each other's laps in the existing space. But your average citizen out there, when they see this type of expenditure for what they view as a office complex, and I'm gonna say this as the devil's advocate here, they say, well, all you're doing is you're building nice offices for bureaucrats to go sit in. Why do you need all this? Why do we need to spend all this money? Well, the bottom line is the demand for those services, both here and in the court side of things, has gone through the roof. We got the Superior Court judge saying he's got to have more court space because the demand on him is so high. We've got to get DSS moved first before we can actually move some of these other components around so that we can free up space. But DSS is the same thing. I asked Rick the other day, I said, how many people here we added new positions in the last few years? I think it was like a lot.
Close to 100.
Well, all of this gets back to population growth that we've seen. It's demand for these services that come with people. But I think we need to start publicizing those type of metrics to the citizens out there to understand, here's why we need these new, all you're doing is increasing the size of government. You're adding all these employees. You don't really need them. Yeah, you do need them because we're mandated by law. We got to provide certain services. It takes X amount of people to do that. Ideally, I'd like to have a metric says for every 150 or 2,000 people, whatever it is, you got to have X number of case workers or X number of court workers, et cetera, so we got something that we can tangibly show. Here's how we're forecasting our needs. But right now, the people are here. We got to find a place to put them, and we have basically we're busting at the seams where we at. That's why we got to have this building. But until we can sell it to the public, it's going to be a hard sell. That there's nothing more than what they say, a Taj Mahal for bureaucrats is what I've heard said a number of times by people critical of this.
Somewhere in the feedback, there was a comment about the county needs to be proactive in planning for growth. And as a part of that, from a facility perspective, it's planning for the population and citizens you serve today and the staff you have, but also planning for that additional growth. The worst thing that can happen is when you move into a building, you're already out of space. And so.
But we're planning for that because the top floor of this DSS building will be a shell that we can come back and, because we've already showed us by 2050, how many more people we expect to have.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you don't plan in that fashion, you're going to always be digging yourself out of a hole. I have been very pleased with the level of planning that this board has engaged in since I've been on here. And that's my professional background. I was capital program manager in state government for 35 years. You know, everything I did had a plan, but you had to budget from that too. and everything had measurable metrics. I guess that's just the engineering.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, because I think sometimes we know why and we understand two people working in the closet and all that stuff, but I think it really boils down to what does it mean for the people? How is it impacting them to not have that space and limited number of people that can be seen in a day and heard, whatever their issue is, versus we need the space to help improve that so we can process this backlog that's 8 months or a year long. We can get that down and get people the services they need quicker. So I agree with that. We need to figure out the best way, and we got a great PIO staff that can help us, as somebody says, paint our barn in a way that people understand that it's not about building a Taj Mahal or home for bureaucrats, but about how do we better serve the people in Johnston County.
This is coming right on the heels of our tax reevaluation. Even though we lowered the rate substantially, just about everybody saw some increase in their property taxes. And they're going, well, why do I want to build a knife office building for your staff? Because they're uncomfortable when I'm paying nearly double property taxes I had to pay in the past. And it's an argument that's hard to refute unless you get some facts or metrics put in front of them to do that.
I do like the idea of let's get a metric so that if it's whatever you said, the growth of whatever the number is, that we need this many so we can start planning for the future.
Yes.
I hope collectively, though, as we approach this, and as is needed, but I would hope that we would build functional buildings, functional capital improvements, that nobody on this board or anybody else is going to stand back and say, wow, what a Taj Mahal. We need it functional and we need it comfortable, but we don't need a Taj Mahal.
Well, and the metrics are in place for, like DSS, for example. There are numbers of caseloads that dictate how many social workers you're supposed to have.
Exactly.
It's all numbers driven. The entire process really is numbers driven. So it's not hard to produce that information. And so when the director comes in and needing additional staffing, as she did this current budget year, it's all backed up by the caseloads. So the more people that influx and the more needs there are for those services, it's going to grow. And that's just the way it works. Mr. Hester, you had something you wanted to add on the CIP?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You may recall recently Kyle Welch with Davenport came and made a presentation on a draft CIP, and he's coming tomorrow morning. And I think that we should be in good shape if the board wants to adopt that this month, maybe at a regular board meeting. But I think that's firmed up pretty good. And then the board may have some changes on priorities in terms of the things you want to build with timing. But I think we're in a good place with that draft.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have something? Mr. McLean?
If I might, it's good for the communication to be able to describe, what buildings are for, why they're needed. And the other part of this is you have some pressures with the fund balance and why we have that fund balance. And if we can some way incorporate that into what the PIO staff gives to disseminate to the public is the reason why we have an increased fund balance. That would help tell your story too, is the reason why we need the DSS building and what we're doing for that. But also the reason why we have a fund balance to be able to pay for a DSS building or whatever else you have coming up. So it's sort of like twofold, why we need something and why we have the funds available to do it. It goes hand in hand so that they can see both sides. Because I know you get pressure with your high fund balance.
Yes, and perhaps on a macro level, what it does, if you've got that kind of information and sharing it, is telling your citizens, what is the true cost of growth? Right now they say, well, why ain't growth paying for itself? Well, it depends on the type of growth you got. You got to have residents in order to attract other things, but if you got too many residences and not enough job producing growth, then you're going to be in a deficit situation. I think it's important that we finally get to that point and be able to demonstrate that conclusively to our citizens, which is going to help us in the long run.
It's where that cost of services study will come into play.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
We'll continue along that vein, and one thing in regards to DSS is not in your control how much more need you have too in relation to the state. You're a creature of the state, and when they and the federal government passes down these requirements, you just have to provide the space and the staffing to carry those out. So that's a factor that out of your control, but one you have to plan for.
Yes.
And that's a part of the next short term in regards to your facilities and infrastructures. You'll finish your DSS building design while preparing the site. We mentioned the judicial annex is selecting an architect for that as an objective to complete the design of the annex. That's quick. Gonna pick an architect and finish the design. The focus on projects beyond DSS and judicial annex, being the big picture items, the entire county, and develop a plan for repurposing your DSS building. So these are things that spelled out again. Clarification or questions regarding meaning of any of these? Pretty self-explanatory.
I'd like to take the judicial, or the mass building down tomorrow, if we could do that.
The next day.
I thought they got out in January.
Okay, we got it. You always put 24 hours in parentheses.
That might have been mine anyway.
We'll have some estimates on that.
Pause just a second, Rick. I think the microphones are on and you're adjusting them back there, so they don't have to keep turning them on and off, do they, or do they?
I'm sorry.
You have to turn yours on, okay. I just want to make sure the public can hear what you're saying, because I hate to have dead airspace.
Sorry about that.
All right.
That's my fault.
Okay, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, to follow up with Mr. Lawler's comment, we did get a preliminary estimate on demolishing the mass building at $250,000 rough estimate. So that'll firm up as we get bids and things of that nature, so. But as Ms. Slusser said,
They're in it. Well, let them get out
they're in it for 6 more months.
I thought they were out at the end of the year. But I want, can you go back one? Yes, but I do think, and
Not all of them.
Okay, well,
Not all of them.
So obviously the mass building was, so to locate the firing range, I know we've talked about a public firing range, and as we hear all the time, people around, there's no place to go. And with Commissioner Stovall coming on and his understanding of that, definitely much better than mine. I think we have kind of identified an area, and it would be nice to let's start looking and finding out where that might be. And I know we're close. I think we're close on the fire and EMS station location, so I think that should be almost automatic. But it will be nice to get that so we can kind of take that next step in the evolution of our fire and EMS services.
I think that study is being finalized as we speak, isn't it?
Yes,
So
sir.
it should be delivered soon, so,
We've
yeah.
identified it that, 5210 area, because the EMS is inside the fire station and their need to grow, that we need to find a site and build a EMS station.
There's also the study that we funded.
That's right.
That's the formal fire station study for this county-wide. So
That's
that's supposed to be delivered, what, say the next 30 days maybe, or any ideas?
I don't want to speak, but I do think that it's imminent.
Okay,
We've been working through all that.
right, thank you.
This is a long-term in relation to county facilities, and some of these tie into what we've already reviewed, I think, to maintain the forward movement on the county facility projects in the CIP. the finalized construction of essential county buildings, of which also include DSS and move toward DSS administration, judicial annex, veteran services, and land use building. All of those are the longer term. And then proactively plan infrastructure for growth. So all that coming in is a long-term perspective of not just closing the chapter when one's done, but looking ahead, continually looking ahead of future needs and how they need to be addressed. Anybody, any need to clarify any more on that or the objectives?
When do we bring in the sticky notes? Do we wait till we get through all these? I'm just going to say, for me, there's one, and I shared it with the board yesterday, that UNC Johnston Health is needing space desperately.